for the running. Yes, I should say. It's fine. Then I guess you mentioned that's back to you. Oh,
Yes. If you have any questions about the building, then feel free to ask us.
Yes. But I just make things like this.
Next up is our project for today, and the AV Audrey will take over.
Yeah. So before
Okay.
we go into the current tech, I have to tell you a bit how to move. So first of all, also
Maybe.
a point for me, I'm the main monitor of Eastern Germany, so I'm responsible for all the voting process. So my first presentation is of course how you can able to vote. Starting with the basics, since we are registered as a citizen, there are some legal requirements regarding the quorum. Therefore, we have to have for this assembly to have a quorum, we have to have at least half of our members in this section present, which means that we have 46 sections. So thanks to you, sections have to be present, and also we have the vote delegations, and 33 of them did so we are fine with that. Then there are different types of voting, like we have secret and public voting. The public voting is nearly everything. Secret voting is every time you vote on candidate, on sections, or as you hear on persons, like an debate and a CT. And the public vote is written here will be the quorum check, the confirmation that the data, the sharing machine is as a cash auditors on this person, protocols last night, again of the current A, foresee for the next MA and the voting of SAS chambers. Then regarding the question, we have two kinds of questions, either yes or no. Question where you can either vote yes to approve it or no to reject it, or always have the option to abstain. The same is like the X-Y question. This will be for the candidates where you have multiple candidates, so there will be the option to have like vote for candidate A, vote for candidate B, or vote for none of the candidates. Check both basically, or also to abstain. For all the majorities, we want to know that only like the cast votes for approval or rejection count into the majorities and not the abstain votes. So for the voting procedure, we have two different types. We have the physical voting, where you got your nice little voting devices that you picked up. For that, the question is read out. Then I will read out the answer. You have to raise up the voting device, really raise it up high, and if you have two voting devices, put each of the voting devices separate time and keep it up raised until I say you can lower it, because you have to count it by that, and yeah. And then you can have directly the result. Then there's also the online voting, mentioned public or secret. Secret is where you have already gave us your email address, you will receive voting link with that email address. If you have like multiple or two vote delegations, you will receive two separate emails with two separate voting links. They are quite self-explanatory. You just go on the voting link, mark the answer, and submit your votes, and then we will have after voting and present the results. Here it's very important, once you're done voting, that and you don't receive the voting link, please contact us immediately so we can send that or find a solution, and not like otherwise you have to wait until it's voted and figure that out in the end, it'll take us more time. So then, short like, what if, since we have also candidate voting, in our standing orders is written, if an election with more than 2 nominations, and no nomination can obtain the required majority in the first ballot, the runoff election shall be held between the 2 nominations with most votes. What does that actually mean? That means like we have voting with 3 possible answers. For example, a candidate with person A, person B, and none of them. And none of the options get the required majority of 50%. So you can see an example 1 that both persons didn't see the required majority. Therefore, there will be another election where just person A and person can vote for person A and person B, but not anymore for none of them. Like example 2, that is like that person A got the most votes in none of them, and then there's another one of election between the options person A and none of them. Oh, but hopefully we don't have to go in the same route.
Something you can, but same remains an option, right?
Yeah, you can of course always understand. Just like when you vote doesn't matter. That's not a little word. And of course, like, just if still there isn't any winner really, then we have to roll box by the charity, but hopefully it does come with that. So some additional information. First of all, as you can see already this morning, we have written on the agenda until when we will hand out the voting device. And this deadline is fixed. So please make sure that you're on time here every morning so you can pick up the voting device. If you don't pick it up, we won't be able to vote the whole day. So please make sure that you're on time. If there's an election that is normally public, but if you like, yeah, I don't want to have it in public, you can always request a secret vote. And for the required majorities, actually, we don't have any changes of statutes or anti of the Amtszeit and no candidate section, so therefore everything is a normal civil majority of the party. That's everything for the part. Are there any questions about that?
One question. So the voting email we get, right, the name section already on. Jonathan, I'm from Yes. With the voting email, are we supposed to vote document or?
No, you will receive it when we start the voting.
Okay.
Another question? So, my name. And we can continue with the project for today. So, the question today will be whether the institution take place. And all of us know that already, otherwise, maybe it's a first. So, will it be in Hungary, Cyprus, or in Croatia? Who says that it will be in Budapest? Please make your voting device now. Who tells that it will be in Cyprus? Maybe you can lower your voting device. Well, it says that it will be in Croatia. Make your voting device now. Thank you, you can lower it. So that means don't have to vote. Manage or each vote here for and then continue. So I will give over to Charity.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will shortly introduce ourselves as charity team. And I will take the lead. I'm Shara. I was born and raised in the real Schwabenländer, so close to Stuttgart, but I'm Italian and German. I'm actually a dance teacher, a paramedic, and a student. And I currently study European cultural history and English and American studies. It's a long name. And I did my Erasmus 10 years ago in Sweden. I have been in Athens since 2020, so quite some years now, and I really love it here, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be here. And I was very involved at the local level, obviously in Oxford, and also in Göteborg when I was here on my Erasmus. That's for me. You can take a little bit.
Hello, I'm Monaco and I will be vice chancellor of Sydney. I'm born and raised in Belgium. I did my Erasmus in 2019 in Belgium. I am a software and AI engineer. I am a owner of AI startup, so if you want to talk about the AI, you can reach cloud. I'm in ESL from 2021. I've been taking a share of religion to 2022. Was my last
Hi, good morning. How are you? Everyone's good? Hello. Right, so that's me, used to Darko. You can also call me Justin. As my background, I was born in Moldova, but also Romanian by nationality. I lived in Bulgaria and did my Erasmus in Italy. Bachelor's in public relations, and I made this master. And as when it comes to technical share, I'm in ESN from 2017, quite some time. And I've been 3 times technical share in Bulgaria and 1 full year technical share in business. So that's it.
Alright, thank you very much. Now we're on the bottom block introduction. Introduction, yes, on the AED.
So this voting work will be done online, but first I will introduce all the questions. Then, since we also need the participation of some of you, we'll have to put them in the list, and later on we will really start the voting. So, starting with the questions, of course, like the whole team are now introduced, so we will have the option to elect. You have to confirm this now, so the question will be, do you elect yes, from years and also the this National Assembly, the same goes with moNAco. We elect moNAco from Italy as vice chair for this National Assembly, and we elect Justin from Eastern Bulgaria as technical chair for this National Assembly. Then, besides that, you also need scrutineers who will help me count the votes. So my last two audit board members don't have to do that anymore. So we need 2 people who don't have voting delegates right now and are here the whole weekend, so also on Sunday. So the first one, please. Yeah, good. Someone is in front and write down the name of the and I'm the second person, so someone else. Yeah, just just let me know if you meet someone you just otherwise, Yeah, sure. Nice. Okay, wrong there. Thank you for this lovely volunteers. I'm from Munich and Maya from Constantine. Yeah. So you're like both of them 30 years for this. But you will see them and later in one or two. Then you also have to prove the minutes of the last name, so you will prove the minutes of the NHS from January 2004 down there and then 2005. But yeah, I have got that done. And also you approve the agenda of the submission of Sunday. So if you have any requests to extend the agenda, please raise your hand now or voice it now so we can still add them. Doesn't seem like that, so yeah, you have the option there to approve it. Then, next up are the ombudsperson. There we have Teresa and moNAco, who will be our ombudsperson, and they can also come to the front and tell us a bit more what an ombudsperson is for.
I'm Martha, Teresa, you already say. And so we want to be the office people, so what we are is we want to do nothing about the voice, so of course we will have a great day, we'll have a lot of fun, but if you have it feel comfortable or you want to talk about something, we want to be here, we want to be responsible, we want to listen to you and we want to find solutions together. So please Martha, please vote for us and enjoy the day.
So the question will be also at the elected level, and then the market for this next one. Then next up is the question coordination. There you will put a weekend check if the purpose or the association has worked correctly and all the procedures are in place. Therefore, we need the person who will work with our financial auditor and check our main job on that side. So, are there two volunteers who would like to help that benefit? So we need another person to help with the order and we need always please. Thank you. So, the question will be, do you like Joe from his and Björn from his as the cash auditors for those initial So, thank you first of all that volunteered. So these are all the questions. I will go voting and in the meantime, give the final contact on the book of here.
Thank you very much. Right. Before I start with the main parts, I wanted to stress one point again that is really important, and it's a point of respect and interest in the team. Please be respectful, be kind. This is an objective day. I know that things might be more intense, so please still keep in mind that you can formulate things kindly and just respect each other. Also, please remember to speak English. Not everyone understands German, so keep that in mind when talking. Also, during the breaks, to speak English. Please use inclusive language, so that means be considerate of pronouns. Do not assume people's pronouns. When talking about a hypothetical person, use the pronoun they instead of he or she. And please use inclusive, maybe metaphorical generalization, like people instead of guys or whatever. Also, please remember the code of conduct. Everyone should know it, I know, because this is your chance to look up. In case you experience or witness anything that might be a violation of the code of conduct, please contact our ombudsperson, contact us from the city, or contact any person you feel comfortable with. It doesn't have to be anything or whatever.
Just nudge it.
If you want to speak about it,
Yeah, already prepared.
okay, sisters, you have seen us already about
I think I know because I'm quite
and so let me see if you can help me to express appreciation to
city.
Yes. How does like that? We'll say thank you to you. And I guess you're called out as questions.
Just okay. Make sure.
Just like football purposes, like is doing the exact same.
Thank you so much.
Okay, presentations. Everyone who has a presentation can do it. Please keep in mind. Check the agenda. Get yourself ready to time for your presentation. Make sure to stay in your time limit. I will indicate when you have 2 minutes. I will not records so that they can hear it. If you have 1 minute left, I will not 5 seconds. And after the time is out, I will ask you to formulate your last sentence and then we time it out. We will not go over time in the presentation, so keep this in mind. I will need to, unfortunately, cut you off if you're too long. You might be asked to change the time or the day of your presentation. I don't hope this happens, but if you need to change something, if you need to make it into agenda points, just as a heads up, this might happen. And this is about everyone. Please be on time for the planners in general, for the presentations, for agenda points, and please do not leave or enter the room during presentations. You can all check the agenda. We will always have a live time on there, so you can see if we're delayed or whatever. And if you're outside of the room and you want to get in and you see that there's a presentation happening right now, then wait until the end of the presentation. It's all for the presenters to have a clear mind and begin their presentation and not lose focus on anything right now. For the Q&A, so any participant can speak by requesting questions that will be added to the speaker list and then we'll move to the GA. We'll talk about that later. I'm still not sure actually if we will bring up the question when we have our microphones. I think that's probably also some technical equipment, but we'll need to check it with Zoom. How it's up. And we will check in the next week if we do have microphones that we can pass it around. Otherwise, I will not any questions. This means that firstly, you will always need to state your name and section or your position in the GAF, or when you speak. I just saw already, I also prepared this so that you can remember. So when you submit questions to the GA, make sure to have the name and answer. Anonymous questions do not allowed. I want to read them out. And please formulate all the questions. So don't write one or two words, it's small enough. I will also speak these questions. Write full questions. Also, again, for the Q&A, please be serious, be respectful, be kind when asking questions. Insults or any form of disrespectfulness will not be tolerated, and this means I will not read out these questions, I will speak with the Also, maybe before asking a question, think about, is this question really helping me and others to make an informed vote, or is this just something that I might be curious about, but will not affect any votes? And also, all the NP candidates have already answered a lot of questions for you on the GA app. So please do not have questions that have been asked before. Feel free to check out the GA app later tonight. You still have a lot of time before the presentation of tomorrow, so that the questions won't be dumped. A person can ask maximum of 2 questions. Follow-up questions are not reactions, they are second questions, so more than that is not allowed. We will try to give everyone a chance to ask the questions, and if we have really good time, we can maybe open it up and get to more questions, but that depends on how we do it. So if you have a question, response, or a comment, then you can raise 2 fingers for a comment or reaction, and I will be on the speakers because that first was just been set. Or raise 1 finger for procedural comments, and you will also need that. If you're mentioned by someone else, of course, you can react directly. Like I said, we'll see about the microphones, but if you have microphones, please wait for them next week. This is mainly for the live stream, so that everyone can also hear the questions. Okay, the GA. In case you haven't done already, please register on Given Guidance and include an account for voting on the GA app. Make sure that this section has assigned you with the correct role in the system, and then use the credentials to access the GA app. You will see the QR codes for the respective Q&As when we're ready. Sarah?
I have a question, Luis.
What's the question?
Yeah, about the 2 questions per person. Can you do the 2 questions in a row? In part 10
Sorry, can you say that again? I'm not allowed.
Yes, I'll do it especially. Because you mentioned maximum of 2 questions per person. Can you clear 2 questions at once? In part 10
Yes, I can do questions at once.
Okay, so meaning we can have more questions during the question.
Sorry, meaning what?
If you have more questions in different areas. It's fine, just 2 questions in a row.
No, if you ask 2 questions in a row, there are 2 questions. Okay. That's just 2 questions to use at all? Sorry. At all. So 2 questions altogether. Then for 1 Q&A, you have 2 questions. Does that answer your question? Yes.
It does, yes. Okay.
Okay. Alright. So my last words is remember kind. Okay. And on to the other one. Okay, so I'm wearing the voting class and the AV will document.
the CEO thing and someone wrote about that people talk next to the law and talk
Perfect.
I can.
People near the camera, please do not talk. Feel free to move seats after the break. If you want to chat, silently.
So I'm just going to open up the voting now. So you as voting delegate should receive an email within the next minute. We will leave at least open that and if you're asked submitted. And in case you don't receive the mail within the next minute, just raise your arm so that I can come to you and we can figure out the list. Receive mail. Okay, can you come on the front, please?
What is the problem?
This is studio, what we have behind the scenes. This is visible for the people. This is not visible for them. Can be visible, but I know. But in the next room we can change the laptop. Cannot now, because it's a very impossible.
Nico is the Francisco von ESN Salzburg. Can you make sure to submit your answer because somehow in the system is not as submitted. So you check for transferring this desired process twice and then submit it. Also, if you're having difficulties, you can come up front and talk to Oli. So the voting procedure is done. Thank you very much for reviewing it quickly. As you can see, got accepted 100% of mention. So congratulations. moNAco as well. Congratulations. And just also congratulations. And for our lovely school teams, also 100%. Amazing, thank you so much. The protocol of last MA is also accepted with 100%. And the agenda of this and assembly also accepted with 100%. Amazing. And then for our office persons, not 100%, but still accepted. Congratulations. Thank you so much for doing that job. Incredibly important. And then also our cash auditors got an accepted 9%. So thank you so much. That's what we do.
Maybe I just the screen. And we'll continue now finally with the other board updates.
So, as you see already, the audit work and want to give you a bit of insight on our work and what we did since last time. So,
first of all, in army, you know, like I'm Oliver, the main Oliver, then I have my lab to legal audit things, the recovery, and we also have financial auditor, Jerry, who isn't here this morning, but she will arrive the evening, so we also have the chance to meet her. And of course, the most important part of our work is auditor Rex, our mentor.
So, same procedures every time, just yapping a bit about what we are doing. Mostly for Severin and I, we are working for legal guidance, but in general also others. If you as a section ever gotten into the point where you need help with your legal documents, with some financial planning, or just have some questions about starting in parts of your association, you can always reach out to us under this email. We'll appear several times over the course of the survey. Don't be shy, we're if you have any questions, contact us. Additionally to that, we are conducting audits of national forest facilities that includes the national audits. This is mainly a forest park. Then at the same time, we are doing this to ensure adherence to standing orders and statutes. As you already saw, we are obviously voting here in the DNA, so we are responsible for that as well. And Olli is the main auditor, is part of the product conduct team together with Teresa. So in case of product conduct incidents arising, those two will be responsible, but the other members of the audit board are also mediators. So it could potentially happen that one of us is also working on a product conduct incident, and since our last NA and all involved that we recently closed, we also have some additional mediators in between us. So, yeah, therefore, this is part of it. So, what we did was last day. As you might remember, Victoria got elected, so it was asked to onboard her. We wrote SOS proposal for the stock distribution. We worked on an updated NDA for the national level, which said we couldn't finish entirely for the current one, but the next one will end it. We support also Dirk, who we really appreciate, took over the hard task of financer, treasurer. Yeah. So it was a very good communication. I think we hope that we could provide you the help that you needed, and checked on this Jubilee plan. And we had two working groups. One led by Victoria, mainly focusing on financial stuff, so guidance for tax declaration. And the other one for finance buildings or association founding, where we updated the guidelines, which alumni already gave us, and we also updated the template for the statutes and standing orders, and we are currently working on making a template for orders for the associations, and for the treasurer was the guideline for tax declarations, and in general it is in planning to make a treasurer's guide. Everyone who wants is always welcome to join these groups. They're very productive. It's not many people, but therefore a good brain tank. And we are always open for new topics. If you think that there is a guideline missing for something, please contact us. We are sure we can find a way to work on that. So here's our email address. Thank you, and then that.
Thank you very much. Let me change the screen again. something to change the screen. Okay, there you go. You take your archive, you can get to ask questions for the Q&A. Please write 4 questions, as we now don't have any more microphones in this, so we can read out the questions for you. Other questions to be answered? Yes, please raise your hand. If there are no questions, I propose to close the speaker list. Oh, there is a question. Another question? Okay, then I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Thank you. I would propose to change the agenda because now we have a bit of time left. I would propose to start that from after the break to now. And then, are there any objections to the change? So we're going to master that break. Okay. Hey, everyone can hear me, that's good. So I think it is important that we're going to explain the art of particle effects a little bit to everyone who's currently here. First of all, of course, I should mention what is particle effect. Particle effect is a customary act taken from removing an object adopted by a group of events as a symbolic figure with the intent to temporarily deprive the mind of gardening of it. Basically, whenever there are listeners, there are a lot of mascots. If you look around the room, you can see there are many of them. We have 46 sections in Germany, then there are regional mascots, there's national mascots, basically a lot of plush toys. But when there are mascots, there's always got to be mascot first. But And the first rule of mascot theft is that mascot theft is only for ESNs. That means you cannot ask an Erasmus to an ESN's job. It's quite similar to the idea. If you tell a bunch of people who do not know the rules to steal mascots, you are going to end up without a mascot. Or someone else is going to end up without a mascot. And because this is not the Wild West, this is ESN, do not ask ESNs, do not ask anyone outside ESN to come. And not only is that only ESNs, only ESNs who brought their mascot. You have to bring a mascot in order to take someone else's. If you have not brought a mascot, you are physically unable to steal one. So if you did not bring your mascot, sorry, you're out of the game. And the third rule is that mascot theft is stealthy. There's a few sub-rules about this. One of them is if you get caught during the act of stealing. So if the person sees you steal the mascot, you cannot keep it. You did not steal it. They caught you. You have to return it. There's a second rule about honorary owners. For example, I just borrowed this beautiful guy. That means a few things. First of all, I'm not responsible for them. And second of all, I did not steal them. So I will be returning his mascot, and everything's fine between us. So honorary owners are not thieves. Don't tell them they're thieves. And don't keep a mascot that you are the honorary owner of, because your habits will only get middle-aged. And third, most important rule, no violent conduct. It might be that tensions are running high, that you love your mascot really dearly, but if it is stolen, you cannot forcefully remove it from the person who stole it, and you also cannot forcefully remove someone else's mascot from them. That's not theft, that's robbery, and you don't do that. So, no violent conduct. And of course, there are also boundaries to when a mascot theft can happen. If you see a person, let's do that quickly. It's very important to remember which mascots you can steal. Because if you're in a local section, you're also part of the region, and you're part of the Eastern Germany. If you're part of the Eastern Germany, you cannot steal the Eastern Germany mascot. You cannot steal your own mascot because it already belongs to you and it already represents you. So if you're in Eastern Swag, you cannot take bubble bear. If you're in Germany, you cannot take a pretzel. That's just how it works. You're also responsible for those mascots being protected. And there's, of course, also physical barriers. We have bags, and sometimes they're open, sometimes they're closed. There is a difference. If the bag is open and the mascot is fully visible, you can take it. Basically, if you can take something out of the bag without rummaging through someone else's belongings, then you are able and free to take it. If it is a closed bag, or it is not completely visible from the get-go, so if you look at it, and you're like, there might be the mascot, very simple. Say it goes to anything closable or non-closable. For example, cabinets, crates, anything basically. Pots. We don't know about to go down the pot, but give you 4 minutes. And there's also the thing about private rooms. For a lot of time, private rooms have been a razor. That is no longer the case. So, if a mascot is a private room, please don't steal it. You can always make agreements with people, but that would then bind you to those agreements. And if you stole a mascot, you can either trade it with someone else, or you can challenge the group. But the rule is that you cannot gain money. You have to have that fillable in the time frame, and it should be able to take it. So you cannot take someone else's mascot home. I do have a few examples. If anyone wants to see them, we can absolutely share them in the group. But basically, it's supposed to be a little bit fun. Please remember that, and please stay civil. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much for this. This is the we still have some more time, I was proposed to change the agenda again and to move the presentation round, the introduction round of international guests to also before the break now. Is anyone against this change? Against either? I want to move the introduction round for international guests to now. Very later. I want to vote.
No, that's not all guests are here yet.
What you say?
Yeah, I don't know if somebody is still listening.
Yes,
Bye.
they're very ready tonight.
Okay.
Then we can move it.
Let's move it. I can ask every international guest to come to the front and then briefly say what you're thinking, what question you're from, what position you have, and maybe one comment about you. Please come to the front, international guest.
Hello, my name is Tia. I was from Erasmus and I was the vice president and the neighbor. And my mom made me study in Germany.
Hi, my name is Marta. I'm from Eastern Poznań, from Eastern Poland, and this is our mascot.
And I'm my kind of program.
My name is moNAco, I'm from Italy. Actually, this is Belgium, and I'm a cancer opportunity. And my non-public, my cat has always joined me as a course.
Hello everyone, I'm Clara from Fiesta from Italy. And what I'm talking is I'm actually going to be doing Erasmus here.
Hi, I'm Manala from Erasmus here in Italy. I'm on the section. And the fact that I'm an Erasmus program here, and the assessment here has been one of Erasmus in my city, so we're not associating a lot with this assessment, so the situation is associated.
Hi everyone, my name is Matteo, Switzerland. You have manager, is speaking to Switzerland, potentially national manager too. And in fact, I know the topics of the work, why I don't know last time. My name is Dr. I'm from the international board, WBH, so I take care of the IT portfolio. And fun fact about me is my first international student was actually web Munich in 2007.
Hi everyone, I'm Amelia from Eastern Strasbourg, France. I'm one machine manager here, and I'm actually not French, I'm Swiss.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexander from Erasmus. That's why I designed. It's in France. The fact about me is like I live in Lyon, but since February I spent more than traveling outside of Lyon for these events that
My name is Nela, I'm from ES Czech Republic. I'm representing here my team of people of social media and technology community. And fact that I would say is that even my I have a parent that around 2 years ago, and she's even more popular among my members than I am.
Thank you very much, and very welcome to Munich. Congratulations. Quick question, is there anyone from the OC in this room? Do you want to make a comment? Okay. If you're speaking to a quick announcement for the public hearing, and especially the mood change, will be today.
Hello everybody, I'm Julia, I'm from University. So the rest are this month after break. It's going to be another building. So after the change closes the first part of the day, we will all together go to the coffee break. After that, we're going to another room for clients. So please take all of your belongings with you. We will come back next time, okay?
Coffee break will end at 11:30. Coffee break will end at 11:30. We'll meet in the room, try to comfortable, and there might be like 1 minute late. We have to set up on the second again. Let's see if I can do it. Thank
The sound effect.
Alright, I think we can start. Thank you everyone for being so on time, and thank you for changing the rules so efficiently. We will now go with the national level updates. We will go for national board position plus the national coordinators and teams. So I will start. As always, I have my updates divided per portfolio. So I have currently 4 portfolios. One is education and advocacy, one is external representation versus international, administrative leadership, and leadership of the national organization. So I will just start with education and advocacy, which I would actually like to give the word first to my fellow liaison officers, out of which only Elena is currently present, because the other ones are on their way. Because all of the work that we did was mostly within the yellow regarding the ESN survey 15. The DA letter of support, another survey for housing for Germany. We worked a little bit on the golden parcel model, so we created a report that you can send to your university or to whoever you would like to justify that you are doing a great, impactful job as a section or as a region. We filled MFF, filled in the MFF survey in the name of Yes in Germany and registered Yes in Germany as a transparency registry for the European Union, which basically means that we are proving that we are a transparent non-governmental organization, that we don't support any party of the European Parliament, but we can still give our opinion in relevant topics such as the funding, which that's what we did. Unfortunately, the transparency registry registration took a little bit too long, and we couldn't add that to the MFF survey, but it's already done for the upcoming relevant topics, so that's also very exciting that we start having a little bit more visibility on the European level. And without further ado, I would like Elena to explain on this.
Hi, I'm Elena, one of the liaison office members. I work with Philip, Lisa, and I'm Mareke on the team. Some of them are joining us later. So for the last few months, we have been very active. Philip has represented the ESN survey at the 25th EU-UN Forum. This is a forum organized by that for engagement and student initiatives. He has also been a panelist at the German European Student Card Initiative Day, where he presented the importance of the online learning agreement and the Erasmus with papers, which is basically like the European Student Card Initiative, and how for students and young people it's much easier and much better to do all the processes online as if you have an app on your phone. He also provided feedback on the next Erasmus program during a conference in Brussels. It's called Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps Stakeholders Conference. He also talked to the members of the Brussels in that department and an assistant to one of the MEPs in Brussels because the actual MEP was busy. We were also working on advocating the strengthening of the Erasmus Plus program within the new coalition agreement after the election. We sent email to the three main persons that work in the European part. We also worked on the multi-annual financial framework, as Teresa said. We improved sessions, we have the network and update calls. Philip did a guide on how to fill the survey. We sent it on Slack, emails, WhatsApp. He also worked on a social media campaign with VZS, and he joined the EGM and facilitated a session on the European University Alliances. What we have been doing also is drafting the letter of support. This is a letter of support that will be signed by that and will be sent to all the IROs in Germany to show the support that gives the ESN sections. We know that some sections don't have that much support from their international offices, so we hope that with this letter we represent what we are, we get what we need for all the sections, and that we can finally work more closely with all the IROs. We also wrote the ESN survey report for ESN Germany, and we'll hear more about this later on our presentation. I also started analyzing the Germany data for the Home 2 survey. This is a survey focused on housing. Sadly, it's a bit on hold because of all the other projects, so I will work on it when I have a bit more time. It's also like the ESN survey, a lot of Excel sheets with a lot of information. We also attended the EduCom calls, and we kept our bi-weekly LO meetings, which has helped us a lot in working on projects. And lastly, for the VZC, Luisa and Anna have been mostly taking care of this. They participated in another extraordinary assembly where luckily an import was selected. They were minutes away from the organization being dissolved, actually, but luckily no. And then she has also been working on the preparation of the day for student engagement, which will be in the fall. And if you want to help organizing that, you also can. You can reach out to us, to me, to Luisa, who has been more doing this. The next meeting will be on the 21st of May. So feel free if you want to help out on this as well. And thank you all.
And I just wanted to make a small comment on the liaison office. As all of you know, the liaison office, this is the first year that we have such a team. Before we only had the education officer, which was Lisa, so it was great that we had the person in the team. It made the knowledge transfer and the transition so smooth. But we have also been working on providing like the documents, creating all of the guidelines, the transition documents, and a structure with clearly defined tasks that all of the different liaison officers can take for the next year. So we are very ready for the next liaison officers to take on their job. We're very excited that we have been able to do this project together. Yes. So moving on to the second portfolio, which honestly has been the most present since DNA Dresden due to the amount of events and meetings that we've had. So of course, always attending many calls every month. We had the extraordinary General Assembly, so the international, it's just like our National Assembly, but with all 46 countries of ESN International. It was 45 when we did the extraordinary GA. Since the spring GA, we are 46 thanks to ESN Iceland officially joining the network. Very exciting. So for the extraordinary GA, we had a GA consultation call and we passed the survey in which 32 sections voted, which made me super, super happy. There's a light that cannot be started. Okay, we hope they're not going to use the sound. And we made an SOS proposal which was unfortunately not passed due to certain problems with it. But it's okay, we got on voted. Then towards the spring BA we had to fulfill some duties, so some forms and some country reports. Max helped me a lot with that. And then we attended the spring GA, which was held in Dubrovnik. Once again, we had the GA consultation on the survey, and there were 42 sections participated in the survey out of 46, which makes me the happiest, because how we vote at the GA, it's not my opinion or Max's opinion or the board opinion, we voice your opinion. And actually, ESN Germany has a voting weight of 7%, 6 or 7%, meaning that we're the second biggest country in the network because we have the second biggest amount of sections in the network. So it is so relevant for us that you participated, so we're really thankful for all of you. Anyways, we proposed the SOS amendment, and then something came up, and yet a new problem came up, so it wasn't voted in. But it's not for nothing. We have identified that there's a certain, like a set of problems or structural problems in how the national organizations can make amendment proposals to the statutes of ESN International. We have already talked about this with the international board, with some members of the international board, and we're going to work after my mandate. I will work writing a guideline on how we can actually make proposals without having to do them twice and then realizing that there are mistakes in the last 5 minutes before voting. We took part in the web quality assurance process, which is more or less like your section quality assurance process, but we do it with our regional coordinators of web. You were aware of all of the consultation calls about the strategic documents of ESN International, the long-term strategy, the 3-year strategy, all of these things, and then just each friend. And with EGM, I will give the word to Max.
Thanks. Yes, so I am Max, I'm the international coordinator for those of you who haven't met me. Actually, Teresa has covered a lot already, so my daily business is also, good, it's time to business. So our daily business, or my daily business, is also to attend host calls, so that's like our network update calls, that's with the international level, the web calls. I was a guest at the NA in Leuven with Martin together, so in Belgium, we represented ESN in Germany. And I was the German delegation leader. It's a lot of work, but it was also very amazing. So I sent tons and tons of emails, which maybe some read. But it was great. The German general was great. There were great workshops. I also attended the GA in Dubrovnik, and for that, like one of my jobs is also to submit this GA report where we document how ESN Germany has been doing for like the past half year. We prepared the consultations by working with documents. Teresa and Catherine helped out actually consulting with 2 people, so that was also helpful. And yeah, it's basically just about explaining stuff. I'm also telling you this because I need you, or I need someone of you, to actually please apply as the new international coordinator. The call will open in July or something. So if you're interested, if you have any questions, please come to me during the weekend, talk to me, it's a great job, you get to travel a lot. It's also a lot of work, I'm not going to lie, but if you have any questions, yeah, please.
It's a lot of work and it's hard work. Okay, and I will just go super quickly with the other things. For administrative leadership, I had to update the legal documents in the ESN Germany page. I have been, I would not like to say monologuing, but definitely yapping at the network of calls. You know that, you were there. I did some work with the long-term strategy, unfortunately not enough because of all of the comments that we had, so that's still work in progress. I helped there with all of the financial transition and finding out the documents and everything, trips to the notary, blah, blah, blah. And then you saw that I finally could send all of the AP call minutes and monthly updates since October until now, which was a lot of work. There was some backlog for reasons, but that's okay. I will have been working with the NACT applicant, especially with Chiara. I'm working on the NA, like the administrative part of it. Yeah, and that's all. Finally. So now it's the turn for my call.
Yes, what I did is after the NA, I need to keep up with the payments that were due. So I hope that almost hopefully all of you receive the reimbursement that you need to receive. For the NA in Dresden, also spring break. I'm in contact with NA Hanover about the reimbursement, which is also in progress right now for the NA 2 days ago. And I'm really happy that Dirk is taking over now and it's the point of treasure was. Yeah, I'm not good with numbers. I'm also in progress of splitting the transition document that Isabel prepared for us, or for me, which is also divided into the Vice President for Governance and Vice President for Development. However, I also want to, of course, introduce them to the other parts kind of quickly so they know, okay, what is their task and how can they work together. Because of course, two Vice Presidents, and it would be great if they work as a small team by still doing the open tasks, of course. I'm also preparing a section for the upcoming summer QA Politician School, which is also the section questionnaire from ES International. And my idea was behind that I'm pretty sure that the Vice President of Governance and Development will be busy, you getting used to their own position, also trying to find out what exactly is their task to, of course, like I would like to help them out, do personal preparation for it. Also tell them what to do, of course, so they will be ready for the politicians for the winter. To just make it easier for them. Also, I will be attending the line meeting, which is next week in Leipzig. I hope to see you, of course, there. And also contact with Sarah, the road coordinator, to find a way to win the new interested organizations and potentially also the new sections that we will have in our network. And of course, I'm still your go-to person for I think to do that. I'm still I'm your go-to person for growth within sections. And if you have any problems, you can also reach me via email, or since we're here, you can approach me. So unfortunately, it's not here, but I will present it for her. She's the section care coordinator, but she's busy right now. She's doing a PhD, so of course. She did the ESN section mentoring program, featuring the alumni, so they were developing a program structure with the section care team in Lisa. They were preparing documents for that, and then a section should be suitable for the program. And of course, if you're interested in that, if you want to have a mentoring program with the alumni, you can of course reach out to Leo, and you will hear about it soon. Also, what she did was analyzing the data from the section force in March. So she was improving and rewriting with a Python tool for data analysis. Okay. And she was adding missing data as well, investigating section with lower ratings just to see others, if there are some biases with specific sections. So we kind of put it in the kind of a graph, so we can kind of see how good and how good the sections are situated within the network. Of course, this is a really cool graph to see how you're doing. And you can see the strengths and weaknesses. You can see on the left side that I think everyone is doing pretty much okay. Pretty good is the 5. Then you have HR, then you have finances, the social media, and foreign departments and activities. So you have kind of a guide to see where the sections are located. Of course, we're not allowed to say any section names, so just keep in mind this is how the section is doing correctly, not like specifically showing the specific section. Yes, then we have more. This is kind of this is more data. You can see the range of how it's going. Yeah, of course the names are come out there, and you can see how the sections are kind of situated. So it's going well with pretty much, almost every section. There are a few that are not doing well. However, we will try to reach out, of course, and find a solution together to maintain the balance in the network. And as you can see, Sarah is also standing out here. But as a section coordinator, she is in contact with Bremen about the commercial visit since we would also like to visit the program itself. She also had a meeting with interested organizations from Marburg, Chemnitz, and Aachen, and she had also follow-up meetings with Nuremberg and Marburg. And she worked on a template for streamlined documentation in the future, so it's kind of sustainable, so you don't need to move and fix every document that you have there. And I think that's about it. So I'm done with yapping. I'm pretty sure that it's true.
Hello. Dear, your favorite treasurer and project manager. Since the last time I attended EGM, ENG, and the training days in total, I also did a presentation at EGM about mostly about board games and how to use them properly. I attended different calls, and I think most of the duties I did in the last 3-4 months or more 2-3 months were treasurer related. To be honest, the status of our finances when I took them over were a mess. I think I had a lot of calls with AD, our NB members and other people, as well like with our tax advisor, Steuerberater, about solving certain problems, but I think most of the problems for 2024 and the Q1 of 2025 are done similar as well. I had invested a lot of time to create a new budget, which I will present later and partially present. So this was my things.
Hello. So for me, I'm going to start with the partner management. So I had a couple of meetings with TK and I created a contact sheet for them. So it's easy for them to find sections who are interested in doing a partnership with them. And also I renegotiated our current contract and they probably will approve this. So we're going to get 2K additional to the 5K we're already getting from them. And also I forwarded them the feedback the sections gave me regarding local partnerships you have. And also we're working on a better PR package for the sections because a lot of sections have told me that they're not very happy with the materials they're receiving currently from KICA. So we're going to make a really nice and pretty PR package to use for personal Instagram. And I have also gotten into contact with Bank. They're an online banking like N26, but unlike N26, they reply to me. So I got in contact with sections who already have a partnership with Bank, and they told me that they're very happy with their partnership. So I also had a meeting with them and discussed the terms of a possible partnership. And I sent them feedback and a possible contract we can sign with them, and I'm still waiting on feedback. I also got in contact with Neotaste. There I'm unable to get like discounts in restaurants. And I had a meeting with them and talked about possible ways to cooperate with them. And I also talked with other national organizations who have a partnership with them currently. And we decided not to cooperate with them since the feedback I got from the other NOs was not very positive. So yeah. Now to BFCN Network, I held one-on-one calls with sections, who had questions about anything related to partnership. I also answered questions regarding the ESN card partnership and a lot of finance questions a couple of months ago. And also I made a list of potential partners for Speed Break for 2025, and I took the meeting for me. And I also, the events I visited is DJ Mancona as a participant, and I also visited the NA Lutzer as an international guest, which was the Swiss NA. In addition to tasks and projects, I attended the Speed Break working group and helped to develop a strategic plan for the upcoming Speed Breaks. I attended a couple of NEG calls. I attended some calls outside of Eastern Germany. I held calls with other NOs for best practice sharing, and a little small side project I'm working on is to integrate the term sustainability in Eastern Germany. So I contacted some volunteers from other NOs and also from Eastern Germany who have experience in this topic to make a little strategic plan. And if you're interested in this topic, you can always contact me. I'm gonna do this.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So I'll just quickly describe what I've done since the last NA in Dresden. I received ESN Germany's ESN card order for autumn 2024, which will be delivered at this NA. I have all of the ESN cards in this very heavy duffel bag here. So if you're from ESN Bonn, ESN Dortmund, ESN Hamburg, and some other sections that I don't remember right now, then I have ESN cards for you. So the procedure will basically be like at the, not the lunch break, but like the next coffee break. Yeah, I'll put a message in the WhatsApp group, and then you can send one person from your section to pick up the ESN cards and to sign your name to confirm that you received them at this NA. I coordinated extraordinary ESN card orders for like outside of the normal order time, and we sold out the entire national stock that we had. So very nice, money. Answered and sorted out different ESN card technical issues with sections as a primary point of contact and liaison between ESN International and the ESN card team and sections. So for anyone who's wondering, or anyone who wants to ask me, there's still the issue with the FlixBus discount. And yeah, I'll probably say this 10 more times during this NA. But at the moment, the issue is basically indefinite. So there's not really a clear answer to when this will be solved. So if any of your Erasmus are asking about this, just tell them to like chillax. I also attended EGM in Kona, and I also did some statistics on the ESN card numbers for comparing to the spring Greeks order and the autumn order. No, the autumn order and the spring order. So we had a 67.16% increase in ESN card revenue compared to the previous semester. So this is the largest increase that we've had out of any ESN card coordinator in Germany. So that's a pretty good job. The number of sections that ordered ESN cards increased from 11 to 14. And I also made like a small regional breakdown of ESN card orders, so like number of sections from each region that ordered ESN cards. So the least was the east section, so my former section. Second was north at 4 orders, and then we have southwest and southeast tied, so south and south, and then the most was the west at 7 orders. 7. So yes, good job to the west section, the west region.
I would like to add on the thing he said about selling out the extraordinary orders. This is the first time we ever sold out the ESN cards from Eastern Germany. This has never happened before, ever. So that's, yeah, really nice. Okay, so Locke sadly can't be here, but he's the sponsorship coordinator, and he participated in the Winter NA in Dresden. He also attended EGM Arcona, and he established contact with the PFC community outside of Eastern Germany. He also engaged in the NAG calls and conducted sponsor outreach. And he reached out to River Water, but they were unable to sponsor this year, but they're interested in sponsoring NAG next year. And he also established initial contact with an interested section from the autumn NA regarding sponsorship opportunities.
Hello. So I'm a communication manager, and I also divided my updates on the different portfolios. So since last May, a lot of things happened, a lot of things were happening, and yeah. So we did the cooperation with Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg for BNG, which happened last week. We did collaboration with web countries during the GA. We took part as, well, I took part as a speaker in the communication track of Community Leaders of Czech Republic last weekend. I was also the trainer for workshops for vice presidents and presidents. We did the cooperation post with ZFS regarding the budget for the Erasmus Plus program. I participated in the BNG poll. I sent the application for spray break for December awards, and as you know, we got the second place. Hey. I assisted other notes on designs and film, like it's a happening. We changed with other notes for guidelines with Netherlands. We did something at somewhere we have new guidelines in that December change, right? Then internal communication, I took part in the network update call and a breakout session. I took part in the EGM call for the applicants. Took part in the GA consultation call and presented the EGM applicants there. In section calls, we had monthly PR calls. They did the community about the new guidelines for Canva and Instagram. I sent out all the open calls that you received, so all of them. Okay, 95% of them by me. We organized a graphic design one-on-one workshop with Stania from the Care team. We're planning the new workshop with USIP. You received emails yesterday about the voting on the date, so please vote. It's going to be about gray zones, very, very important topic. We did a collaboration with Minds on National Erasmus Games reels, videos and Minds. They did a really great job. And work in progress, we are preparing how to assist the non-EVAL sections to get the Canva product because otherwise it will experience from second BIM. So, of course, we did the BIM screening of all the sections. You all received your emails and reports and your sections, apart from 2 sections that I worked on with it. We're working on that. I continue to assist the sections and all the questions that they have regarding the merge and all the other designs and stickers and everything. We did the grant packages for National Erasmus Games and Charity Run. I reviewed the stickers for National Erasmus Games. I coordinated the national merge design, which we also finalized and you received an email on that on Wednesday. So please vote there too. I went through the EGM merge, the Germany merge order. And I created a guideline on flag orders creation, so please ensure that all your flags are not pixelated. And the additional tasks, which were really a lot of them actually during these 4 months. So I was one of the organizers and supervisors, great working group, basically that did all the calls. And I finalized the guideline, which you also received on your your emails. I was the program coordinator of Sea Battle of in Sweden. I was a participant of the name Lutheran. I was facilitated community meetings of the Czech Republic. I was in the GA group drawing. I gave workshops at EGM on HANA on time management and something else. And assisted Dirk on the invoices search and creation. And I did the Alliance in Leipzig and we'll give a workshop on team building, so I hope to see you all there. And next is the PR team. And first, we really want to welcome my 4 new members. Lara, who's here. Elish, unfortunately not here. You, right there. And Yusuf, who's going to arrive tonight. And I'm passing by the words to Sonia.
Hello, so Sonia, part of the PR team. So as Kevin mentioned, we welcome 4 new members. Now we're 6 people, which is amazing. And we, as always, had our monthly calls where we updated everything and we checked what things we have to do in the next month. Then we assisted with the energy promo packages. Some of the sections also posted, some of the reels, and the posts we created, so thank you for that. Then we always have our discussions in our group chat about topics or inspirations for reels that we want to film at NA. So also, if you want to be part of the reels, check out the group chat, we will set the links in there. I held the graphic design workshop 101. We had around 30 people attending, so thank you for everyone who attended. It was an amazing and fun workshop. And then we always created content at the EGM. Catherine and we went there. We took lots of pictures and videos and also shared them with the sections. And then we also created a poster about Screw Break because we were promoted Screw Break at the ESN Awards and actually were 2nd place, which is amazing. Then we also created a LinkedIn post after the EGM. And we finalized the national merch designs, which you will hear about later today. And also, we, as Catherine mentioned, finished the BIM screening, and we will have a And we're planning actually at the EPRT weekend in June, which is amazing in Leipzig. And also, we finally have our national coordinator merch, so you can recognize us by our orange hoodies. And that's it.
Okay. So, I'm the event manager, so I basically attended the winter in Dresden, finished the main examination protocols for the NA. I opened the call for sharing. I also opened, I extended the the summer training that I think in Munich too. Finalized the result with decent minds for the MEG. I hope the CT part of the boarding. I will be going to the spring break OC 2025. I work alongside the moNAco seats for the preparations for the same. Open the go for the next post for the votes in May. Everything we have one candidate. Attended the MEG in Mainz like 2 weeks ago. Completed the registration for the German delegation for the International Erasmus Games. That will be in 2 weeks in Milano. Process of election of the spring break alongside the national board. We will show you that later. And finalize approval of the next spot and like the international sports.
Sorry. Margarita is at work, so she cannot be here. She asked me to read her update, so I will just say that she welcomed some new members to the German Board of Trainers. Amazing. She secured a venue for the Summer National Training Days, which are going to happen in July in Berlin. The call for TSC is open and the call for the trainers is also open. She sent some emails and some announcements in the WhatsApp chat, so check that out. She also secured a venue for the Autumn National Training Days over the Halloween weekend in Berlin. And yes, they're going to Berlin, but I can attest she contacted over 20 venues nationwide, and most of the venues were either already busy during the only available dates, or they were extraordinarily expensive. So this is the result. She was doing that. She had the RCs and the sections in finding facilitators for the German Board of Trainers, from the German Board of Trainers for the local platforms and for some events. She prepared the workshop program for this NA, which is going to be happening on Sunday. And as personal news, she got hired as a consultant trainer for a training of the Council of Europe on AI, human rights and democracy, which is super cool for her. We're all very proud of her. And that's all.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm the social impact coordinator. My slide is a bit more empty. So I attended UTM at Ancona, and I was also at DNA in Dresden. Then I organized a charity run, which is actually still taking place today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. And I will tell you tomorrow how many sections participated, because my Google Drive is not working today, so I can't see how many they are. But there's still a few days left, so if your section hasn't done anything, and if you have time on the weekend, I mean, not you here, but someone from your section, then yeah, feel free to do something, and also feel free to talk to me if you still have any questions left. Yeah, maybe very quickly to the charity we're donating to moNAco, which is a German association that deals with nature preservation all over Europe, maybe in the Balkan or in the eastern part of Europe. Yeah, if you have any more questions about the charity, then feel free to talk to me and I can tell you some more about it. And then there's also a link to their website in the email that I sent, I don't know, last week, I think, probably. Yeah, and then I also held an open call for the caucus team in April, and I scheduled it very badly because it took place at the same time as the GA consultation call, and I totally missed that. So if you were not able to join, but if you would like to join one of the caucus team calls, there will be a call in the last week of May, I think on the 28th. It will be in my presentation tomorrow because I wasn't sure of the date when I did this one. But yeah, there will be another positive call in 2 weeks-ish or 1.5 weeks, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing many new faces. And if you have any questions about the process team, then feel free to talk to me. If not, I will talk to you.
Thank you. So, last but not least. So what we did with the IT, so currently what I'm working on. So it's a ESN workspace, you want to know about it. ESN Cloud, which was it before, so I work with Gabriel, Manoj, so we will have a session later on about the same, and we will show a demo on that. So Gabriel is sitting here, and Manoj is there, thanks for that. And what we did is kind of a migration phase, and we have to do the cost analysis now, how much it will cost per our NO to host it. I also did some sections to the section workspace, website development, COC page to be updated, and developing the website for ES and Visa is still under the work, and updating the website as per the requirement of the stakeholders, because I got some requirement from DRA, and I have to do some changes up there on our main website because there are some requirements. Going forward, what I worked on, so integration and development phase, we finished kind of with the ESN Cloud one, updated the critics as usual, had a workspace called ESN Berlin, Hanover, Gießen, so Gießen also has a critics now, and Berlin has their own email IDs, Hanover has also their own email IDs. To me and ESN Düsseldorf, now they also have their own working websites, which is actually good, and supporting the MBs and NCs with the technical issues, which is always there. I also had a community call, IT community call for ES in Germany last week, and I hope the people are out here, and I saw some faces, so I remember. And I also had one-on-one call with the ESN International Assessment call with Anna. Going forward, some of the updates from the ESN International, which we will be seeing soon, about the digital ESN card rollout phase. AMS system, you heard a lot about it, and I know my section sometimes doesn't read the email. So that's why IB is also here, Darwin is sitting up here, so we will be giving a presentation on the same, what is digital ESN card and how the AMS system is going to work, or the phase of the development. We also have a strategic plan of working on like Erasmus without papers, AWP, so online learning agreement, and European Student Card Initiative. Me and Darwin worked with Philip as well for the same. He was on a panel discussion, which is really good, and I'm really proud of him that he went for a panel, and it was a really good panel. What I got update from him, it is a really good one. And additional task, what I did is like NA Luxembourg, that is NA Switzerland, someone from Swiss. So I was chairing team up there in Ancona 2025, or with the city people for the transition, for the Munich, ES in Belgium, and Hungary for the international things. We helped them with the critics development, deployment they wanted, and I was also with the creative working group. Yeah, now questions. So I also want to say it's not my problem, not our problem, it's next problem.
We actually have a Q&A now.
Yes, Torben is in Berlin. Torben is in Berlin. So, since we have the limitation of 2 questions per Q&A, and what we have, I can't even now count people. Is it possible to change that rule to 2 questions per person, actually, since also by our statutes the national board needs to inform us, and I think the Q&A is also one vital part of actually the informant.
I would give the word to the AD on that.
So, instead of having only 2 questions for the whole Q&A per person, to have 2 questions per person.
To replace the rule, you have guaranteed per person 2 questions. And if there's more time, you can ask more questions. But like if you have too many people asking questions and running out of time, then you limit it that each person can only ask a question. So you can.
So the thing is, we did the rule quite strict because we had a Q&A after national board updates where one person asked like a lot of questions, and therefore other ESNers, like we had to cut the person because other ESNers couldn't ask their questions. So maybe ask your questions that you find most important and wait for it, because maybe other ESNers also are having the same questions as you. And if not, then we can see how good we are in the time, okay?
Yes,
Is that okay? Procedural?
I would propose we just start with it and then we can see what is necessary.
Okay.
Just to answer the question.
Okay. If you didn't find it already, here's the QR code for the Q&A. Please write your questions and write full questions. Please remember that because I will read them out. And always in the payment section, of course.
I know, but it's not true.
Okay, let's start with the questions. Okay, a question from Luis of Göttingen. Has the NB applied for any grants in the last month, or does the NB has anything planned until the end of the mandate? Who wants to answer this?
The national board itself, not for PNG, there's a process of applying for a grant, not in the last few months. As at least me as a project manager had not the time for applying for any other grant because I was busy with treasury.
Procedural?
Yeah, also to the MP members, Steven in MP, exactly that's what the procedural also for the MP members, please name. Okay.
Good point. Okay, a question from Marty is to Teresa. How do you think it can be maintained that sections actively take part in the GA consultations? That is a great question that I have actually been putting some thought into. Teresa, National Group. It is a really great question, and so far we had really good participation in the consultation survey, because I was also sending a lot of reminders and asking people to vote, to take a decision, and to reach out to me. However, in the consultation call, it was not 42 sections. There were some sections that voted abstain on everything because they couldn't attend. So I do not want to make it a section requirement to attend GA consultations or to vote into the surveys, because I think that if it's forced, it's not good. The sections have to want to attend because it's in their interest, because it's relay their vote. So I think we always have to relay this information that your vote is the vote that goes to the GA. What you decide is what is going to happen against the international. So I think this always needs to be maybe actually even like in the template for the GA consultation calls and everything. So I think it's important that this information is always sensitive. A procedural?
Dusan Yesan. I would just like to propose that maybe pronounce what the abbreviation stands for, because not everybody gets it. So that GA jumps and for future reference, because not everybody gets all these things.
Okay, that's a good point. For future questions, please write out the abbreviations. Does this answer your question, Martin? A question from Nico is and one.
Question to the section care coordinator, referred to moNAco, ND. To have the sections who have a low score in the section called assessment, will you reach out to the respective section's regional coordinator or coordinators to assist you in helping them improve?
Hello, Mark. Thank you for your question. I see it as yes. So, of course, the regional coordinator should be, of course, included, since they should know what is happening in the region, so we should not work behind their back, work with them. I'm not sure how it will be proceeded, however, I will contact her, and I will also share it with her, so we will ensure that the regional coordinator community will include it. Thank you very much.
Does this answer your question? Question of Dirk is in Potsdam, Dr. Paula. Can you elaborate on the process of choosing the OC for spring break 2025?
Paula and me. Basically, the process that we had is that during our last, the last interview that we had, we just started like reading each one of the CVs that we got from the applicants. Based on the experience that we have within the network and everything, regarding other events, or if they already like participated as OC for the spring break, or they were like just attendees, we took the decision on which team to put them. Obviously, considering like what is it that they want to apply, but based also on their skills and everything. So that's the way that we did the selection process. We appointed every person that was assigned for each one of the teams, or if they were not, we communicated with them and we said that it was not possible.
Does this answer your question? The question from Tom is in Berlin. Last year you campaigned with the main topic to achieve better transparency between the national level and the sections. How happy are you with your achievements and how sustainable are those? To whom are doing this discussion?
Teresa and me, thank you for your question. I am actually happy with the achievements. I feel like the MB call minutes have been made available. Admittedly, a couple months delay for October and November due to internal workload, mostly. But I have made those available. There's also the monthly updates, which are still being sent, which the previous board started, which is a great initiative. And I think the part in which I have put the most effort in transparency is the GA consultation costs, so the General Assembly consultation costs, the survey, like the results of the survey, so the results of the sections voted, and especially what I voted in GA. So for example, in the last General Assembly, some information came to light in the General Assembly, so we had to change our vote on some of the topics. This is allowed for us according to the consultations ordnung, number 4 or 6, something like this. Anyways, but this was communicated in real time to the president before and after the fact. So it has been quite a lot of work, I would say, but it's not unpleasant work, because it is also great to see how these sections, or especially the section presidents, have been getting very, very involved, asking questions, also asking for more information, and so that has been really, really rewarding, one of the most rewarding parts of my day, honestly. The part that is not super sustainable is the part about the president taking care of any comments and updates and the president's goals, which has taken really a toll on my ESN time. So I think the good way to continue would be to have a secretary as one of the national coordinators' positions, which we unfortunately opened the position this year, but no one applied. So I think getting some efforts to get someone to fill that position and to take care about the reporting to the network would be the best.
Does this answer your question? A question from Christian is in Tuli. I had the feeling that most of the internal communication was about PR work and PR consultation, but other parts were there to internal communication in the sense of streamlining communications.
can you catch the national board? Can you elaborate on, in the sense of streamlining communication as well?
Streamlining communication, for example, which, yes, first get easy to me. Streamlining communication in the sense of what my next question you could probably cross that off as well, the one after this. What communications channels do you use, for example, Slack or WhatsApp?
Okay, I'll try to answer, and then in case I cannot answer completely, then you can go. So, the main communication channel of this in Germany, the formal one, is email. So everything what you receive per email is official, and it ends up in your local boards. Then we have the official communication channel of national level, which is Slack, where only the national level people are, and this is where we do the internal communication about our daily stuff and what they have. Then we have unofficial communication channels, which are informal, which is the WhatsApp community, which was only established last year with my mandate, because we didn't have anything before that, for the purpose of giving the space for ESN Germany volunteers to exchange ideas, to collaborate more, to do more community feeling, where we also double send, or send as well, the main information that you should be aware of, because it came to the attention that not every volunteer actually gets the information that we send. And we did get feedback from some sections that actually is very good, that we also posted on the WhatsApp community announcements, because they don't get to know this. And for communication managers, we have also the WhatsApp chat, which is in our community vaccine, so it's on communication managers can join it, where in case they have questions, they can reach out to me there. And this is where I give them the updates regarding like cameras or Instagram. And then we use Instagram to directly approach sections and PR team in case there is something that brought to our attention regarding me. And it has to be taken care of immediately. And that's the question.
Answers to what channels we use is we receive updates via email and via WhatsApp, but official communication outside of email or semi, I don't know what to call this, semi communication happens in Slack. When we made I'm wrong about this, it didn't get much attention.
So Slack is not the official channel based in Germany because we do not have Slack for something. We don't have this, and this is why Slack is not used for EU standards. It's only used for the national level. How does it answer the question? Slack is a communication channel, but for the national level in Germany.
Yes, exactly.
Regarding the Slack bar, it's like, yeah, there's this like Slack channel for this in Germany, and though it hasn't been used during the day, and it was not brought to like we use the show, but like 2 or 3 different communication channels depending on the need of the communication.
Okay, does this answer your question?
Sure. You can also cross my second channel.
Okay, a question by Matthias is to me. I'm not sure if I missed it. Was there a vote on the 2025 spring NAOC? If not, why?
It's okay if I answer that. Yes, I did. No, there was not a vote in the 2025 spring NAOC, so this one, due to the fact that NESA wanted to apply for it, however, they could not make it in time for the official deadline for it to be presented at the last NA, because they had some problems with the room booking at the Rome University. which is also the reason why very gracefully to me, ESN2me has taken care of the room booking, why we're here at the tomb. So once that was clear with ESN2me, then they could apply. This was already after the winter NA, meaning that we would have had to organize we would have had to organize an extraordinary NA to vote on it, and since they were the only NAOC applicants, according to the event policy paper, we were allowed to appoint them in order to avoid having to go through all of the bureaucratic and administrative hassle of organizing an online NA, getting at least more than half of the sections to participate, only to vote on one applicant. Does that answer the question? Does this answer the question? I'm not sure.
A question by Benjamin, ESN Berlin. I read the answers to the feedback form from Erasmus, which are available in the guide. How would you work with the participant feedback form from the last NA to help improve the next ones? To Paula or anyone else?
So I would like to answer this question. I know there was some technical glitch and that form was being created by the technical team, but eventually that person didn't have a proper amount of the access as well as the rights. Later on when it came to the eyes of the NB, we kept it down and we kept it secret as well, like privacy matters. So we kept it private, and in the next 10 years, like we will be taking care of the same, not disclosing all the information that people should not know about it. Later on we will be done.
This is a follow-up? Name the section?
The question was how did you work with the feedback to improve the next
What kind of feedback you are talking about? Because we also have a feedback after the NA, which is a Google form.
Yes, and the results of that Google form are available in the drive.
Yeah, I know, and last time you notified me that it was being seen by everyone. That's what I'm talking about. The person who created that form didn't have the proper access rights, and that's why it was open. But as soon as you noticed me or it was kept into my eyes, I made it in. Like, okay, how do we work with the form you made?
My question was what did you do with the comments in the form?
Okay, we as an SD, we go through the same and we try to see like what are the feedbacks that's been given to us, and we discuss in the NP call and share it like, hey, this was the feedbacks that we got and we try to make it correct in the next 10 days. So that's a process that we opt for. Any other one comment on it? I hope it answers your question.
Are you okay with the answer?
That's the answer.
There was a position before, is it gone now? Yes.
Charlotte from so maybe also to clarify like what you did with the feedback and then going through the NB, talking about it. My question is, did you also talk to the next OC or like to anyone that is connected to the next NA directly, so that you like actually know that you will do the feedback? Is that clear? Yeah.
Okay, yes, the recommendations that you gave us for the feedback form, I took some of them with the OCs. Normally, I will see and say like what you said to us. So, everybody has their style, and I think like every NA is completely different. So it's just a suggestion, and if they can do it, it's going to be fun.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions apart from this year expected? Okay, next question from Sylvia is Munich. Why were payments covered by the VP? Also in the context of VP being the most overworked position, looking, e.g. at the split up for to Vice President of Governments and of the Government?
Mark, thank you for your question. As we are part of the NB, we also have a Vorstand that we also need to register at Einzelregister, which were 3 people, which is Teresa, me, and Santo. However, after the part of Santo, we saw that I was the one with the bank accounts. That was tickets that we had to tell with, since we were moving on, there was a problem in the day with the card. So I was the one having the card and the issue with payments. So instead of was waiting for the next on the treasurer itself, we need to, of course, do things. Unfortunately, therefore, I need to, of course, cover the financial part and unfortunately could be less for the vice president. But well, we need to do payments. I think we have to say please and thank you. We really need to do payments before doing something out there. So I'm sorry that I couldn't cover all the things for the VP, but I hope that you're satisfied that we could catch up with the financial part. Thank you.
Does this answer your question? Are there now any more questions expected?
So basically, otherwise you are closing the question, right?
I would propose so.
Yes. Do we have enough time to ask more questions?
No. 2 questions per person. Is this covered? No.
You already started the other one.
Yeah. So question is, and to me, why was so much communication done on WhatsApp and not on Slack? For example, at the Erasmus generation meeting, it was said official forms of ESA Germany would be there, but everything happened on WhatsApp.
Max, the national coordinator. Actually, I would disagree with this because the main planning did happen on Slack. And then at a certain point where it's really important that everyone really gets the information, I shifted to WhatsApp. So at the point where the planning was complete, at least that was my aim. Maybe you disagree with that, maybe you would prefer to keep more on Slack, but as much as I personally like Slack, I don't think it's actually feasible during EGM to even have the daily communication on Slack. That's why at some point we shifted to WhatsApp. That's my answer to this. It can probably be improved, maybe changed, but it makes sense.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions being accepted? Sorry, are you done or? Okay, I will propose to close the speaker list. Are there any objections? Okay, Justin, could you close the speaker list? Next question from Calvin, is in Kaiserslautern. I will read this. Why is the status of the updating of the Vereinsregister? Are there any specific hurdles?
Thank you for your question, Mark. Yes, there were some hurdles, mostly because of me, because I had a signature that was slightly off my typical one, and there was a problem. I need to go to the post office. So, long story short, I have an appointment on Tuesday, so it will be done next week. I'm really happy. Finally. Thank you.
Today's IMB, just to clarify the Vereinsregister, there have been a lot of hurdles. It stems from Santo was the one in charge of registering everything to the Vereinsregister. In January, we found out that nothing had been put officially because the notary had not been paid, so we paid late to the notary because we didn't know about this invoice. Then the notary sent a document that said it's already beglaubt and it was supposed to be the proof, but then they sent a letter it needs to be beglaubt again. So I went to the notary and they told me like we cannot beglaubt something twice. So I had to call the notary and they told me no, they need to beglaubt twice. So all in all, there have been a lot of hurdles. I don't know where the hurdles are coming from. We are trying. I'm going to the notary every week, I promise.
Does this answer your question? I would also say, because we're a bit over the time now, that answers will be cut 45 seconds. Next question, Francisco is in Karlsruhe. Now that the positions of partnership and IT manager are now removed from the MD, who will take over the task of these positions and how will the knowledge transfer be carried out? What is the plan for the NC positions, which will take over the tasks and portfolios? To the future partnership manager? Or is anyone who wants to
Who is it being addressed to? Saurabh, maybe.
Can someone...
Okay, so the positions of partnership and IT manager are not in the anymore, but that doesn't mean that they are removed from the network. They are just now part of the national coordinators. Their tasks are actually exactly the same. So the partnership manager now is just called partnership coordinator, does the same with the IT manager. And the people who will be carrying out the task are the national coordinators who apply for this position after the national board has been elected, which we're going to go on Sunday. The knowledge transfer will happen as it has happened with all of the national coordinators. So once the national coordinators are elected, the person who was doing this task before, now MB members, they will do the transition with the national coordinators. Does that answer the question?
So adding to that, Saurabh, NB. To answer to the question, I would make it very clear. If they don't find the IT coordinator on the time, it would be really hard for me to continue because I cannot continue as an interim one because of my own constraints. I will do a knowledge transfer with the communication manager in that case.
Thank you. Question by Luis is Göttingen, which is a reaction to Paula. There are concerns from some sections that the MD abuse their positions to nominate themselves for the speaker OC, also giving advantage to their own sections with the EGM point system. Would the MD share the applicants and the reasoning behind each choice or refuse to dispel any doubts?
How would I be? Yes, for sure, we can share the applicants with you and the CVs that we received. Like, as I've told you before, we took the time to read each one of the CVs. And also, and as you know, many members of the National Board were part of this pre-break 2024, and they were part of the OC, they took tasks.
Question by Tom is in Berlin to Sarah. How big and how difficult is the overlap of projects in the field of IT for the next board?
So I'll ask the question. Saurabh, NB. Okay, thanks. So I will make it again very clear. Many of the projects will go down because the task of IT coordinator is a bit different than IT manager because there are some things from ESN International as well and ESN Cloud projects as well because it is not just maintainable by the coordinator position and it needs a lot of time. You can see later on what we will be showing you in the demo. It's time taking. And even with the AMS system and ESN digital, like digital ESN cards, there is a very big requirement. It has been shared in the GA as well, like WPA should be in the board because they need someone to talk with and have a strategic planning with. So that project won't, yes, yeah, that's it, like that position, that project will be going down. So,
So you said that so it seems like you are searching for a solution for it, as like an entity or maybe searching for a specific the coordinator itself can be a person that they can talk to, since I don't see a problem with, like, I don't know why the position as a project as IT manager and IT coordinator is
because of the communication channel. There's a lot of hierarchy going up there because now we see there are a lot of projects coming up and there are digitalization. That's a core value of the strategic plan of the ESN International as well. But the real point is
everything goes up like communication hierarchy. There should be a direct communication with the ESN International for on the base of this. So, and these projects are like, which are running on a high big systems, and it's not like me as an MP can decide anything on it, but there are some costs associated with it, and with that we need to analyze, and that's really a study.
Comment?
Yes, just to clarify,
Name section.
Teresa and me, since I was part of writing the IT coordinator task, it is the same as the IT manager task, so just to clarify that. And now, the idea behind the end restructuring was to give national coordinators more relevance in the network, so to give them more responsibility, which is what we will be doing with the IT coordinator, and to also promote that they attend the national board meetings, which right now don't matter, but they rarely do. So this is also a point in which the communication will be there. And we are aiming to reduce the hierarchical feeling in the national level between MD and NCs and RCs and everything. So this is also why all of these points don't necessarily have to happen this way. An IT coordinator can take care of the colors, they can be part of the international IT com, and they can, sorry, there's answer.
Yeah, to answer to that question and to that comment, yeah, it's a comment.
I think what Oliver, AB, I think we had this discussion already last NA, so don't have to.
Yeah, but just that losing state yeah, but IT manager, coordinator, both on a board level, how the work goes, you will see, and you will be knowing about the stuff soon. And the strategic plan, we will be talking with like IV soon in the later on in this day. So at this point, I think that to make it very clear why coordinator and IT manager both are different.
Name section.
Jurisdiction is coming from international, or because you said something because you said that they expect us to have IT in the world.
That is one of the criteria for the, okay, Saurabh and me. There is a criteria from the ESN International as well. And the project that we have right now, because we had a grant of 20,000 euros, that someone called.
Other merch design. Was the flower approved by Concom? Yes, it has been approved. And just so everybody's clear, it has been approved because it doesn't follow on any DIN violation. And it might confuse you because it resembles the start and though in order to have an icon or something from a graphic from ESN and be approved by DIN, it needs to follow at least two of the DIN regulations. In this case, it's the colors. And when it's used with the logo, it also makes sense. Question by Anna is on Tuli. What was the main reason that a vendor for training days for 20 or 40 participants could not be covered?
So first of all, I think that's what we hear first when I read the newspaper, but I did get an answer from her that the thing is that since she did not have the proper acquisition period with the previous training coordinator, and with the training day she started looking for locations, the locations were very expensive, and she started looking for January, February, so this is why, based on all the affordability and capability that we had, this was the choice for candidates.
Question by Matthias is on me. I noticed that on the monthly update, some areas are not regularly and extensively covered. This especially regards the state of the network, for example, section regions. Is there a reason for this?
Okay, you take the question. Unfortunately, yes, you have seen that I put an update, and I apologize for that. I can give you the short answer as in I sometimes forgot it. I apologize for that since of course it's my task. I can also give you a second process. Sometimes I really don't know how to explain explicitly like explain what I did, also because it was also about the NBA parts, and I didn't want to put in a head section. I talked to them because I don't see it as like a procedural thing. I see like, oh, I did something. Yeah, of course. Well, I have to do something, but it felt really weird. I don't know how to say it. I know it's kind of a personal thing as well, so I can explain it by that. And also during the last month, I was also not doing my daily tasks, since I needed to cover other tasks to find a treasure as well. Therefore, I did less there, which is also true, as you can also see with the updates. However, basically, the network and regions. However, I also want to implement a way to word gather to say or to see what the is actually doing instead of saying, and call something. I just did that and more like to generalize it, which is a better thing than just saying, like, yeah, I'm doing something. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you for this Q&A. Some appreciation also given to it. Okay. So the next point, agenda point is the SOS proposal by the AD and the International Coordinator.
Max, the national coordinator again. This is going to be quick. So as you thanks. So as you know, there is a point system in place with which we try to make a distribution of EGM slots to the sections, and then the next step to the volunteers of the section. Fair. So just a very quick recap. So there are points, for example, fulfilling the section requirements. If you have section members which are active on the national level, which participate in working groups, OCs, and different teams. And then based on that, on these points, you create a ranking, and on that ranking, you get spots assigned, and you get different priorities for EGM, for example. And our motivation behind this is to motivate you to become more active on the national level, and basically reward your active. But we also want to improve the system, so there are minor changes, because in the current situation you have that if national level members cannot get points when they also represent their sections during an NA, because it is your section duty to add NAs, so you would get points for that, and that was a bit of a, let's say, bug in the system, which we want to fix now.
Yeah, so the issue was there that only some of the national level members have actually reserved spots. For example, and not all of them, for example, the national coordinators don't have spots reserved for them at the NAs, therefore they have to use the spots of the sections, and of course, like the national coordinator is also very beneficial for them to be at the NA. And since they use up the section spots, the section has less opportunity, less members going there, and they earn points. And it's disadvantage for sections that they have maybe multiple national coordinators. And therefore, it's contrary to the goal of the point system to motivate people to join the national level. And therefore, our proposed solution is that national level members can only don't earn points if they receive their spots through their position. So if they have received reserved spots for an event, then they can't earn points for the sections, but if they go to just a normal section spot, then they can earn. And how does it look now in our point system document? So beforehand, it was just in general that each member shall receive the following points per participation in national and international events if at least one member of the section participates. And beforehand it was who does not hold an office at the national level or position at the national level. And now we want to change it to who has no independent place to participate to the position on the national level.
So basically, this was a bit wordy. We actually want to give you more points. That's the thing. So what we're saying here is, if you come and represent your section and you don't have a reserved spot, you get the spot. You get the point for representing your section. And so far, you will lose the point. So actually, we intend this to be positive.
We now have some other Q&A for the Erasmus proposal. Here's the Q&A. Since I see no forms and QR codes, are there any questions expected? No, please write it down.
Good job.
Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers. Is there any more questions? Okay. Just can you close the speakers?
With pleasure.
The question by Janis is in Darmstadt. How many national level sports are there per annum? I think we need
Elaborate on the question. So you
Name and
said,
section?
Janis is in Darmstadt. You said that you can't earn points if you get your sport in your position. How many sports are distributed through this position in the national level?
That's it.
It kind of depends on the events of all, like there are different regulations for LPs and A's, and that's and
PGA.
well, for the EGM, there is this solution. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe there is some confusion. So this is about if you represent your section at an NA. So it's not about the spot steps. It's only you get I think half a point if you come to the NA because it's your section duty. So it's only about this, not about the actual events.
Yeah, no, yes, I got it. Thank you.
So I guess this answered your question.
Well, no,
I think that's another answer. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And just one last comment. We will vote on this proposal on Sunday. So just that you are aware.
Thank you, audience. Now something that we've all waited for probably. Lunchtime. Please, before you leave, make sure that you're back in this room at 2:15. So approximately 1 hour. Don't be late. Be on time because we have presentations right after.
I guess we can
Is there anyone from
just
the
have the
can like disable. Here's like and disable sound. It's
means presentation and the video which is
you will see it in a second. We just need to enable the main camera.
Okay. Here. Okay. Activate.
Can I output during 4K capture? Why is it 4K capture? It's already showing. Oh, okay, it was only showing this thing.
I'm done with my life. No. Is it coming up here?
Yeah, but it's recording in 4K. I want to change it because it's not outputting.
Press this button again. It will change it.
Which one?
Press this button again. I think it will change the 4K mode. But
Yeah.
what did you click up there?
I just changed see there's a menu and then I changed the image quality because there was an error.
No, why it was not displaying before that?
Because it was in 4K mode. And it couldn't, like it says, cannot output in 4K mode.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you change it then?
I changed it to 1080p.
Okay, you just changed the settings.
Yeah.
Can you look at there as well, like how to display a different screen?
But having in mind that we can do this option, then let's put the camera somehow not on the whole, like kind of.
Do what?
Because right now camera is filming everything. So since I will have camera and presentation.
Yeah, that's why here is Prezi plus speaker.
So.
No, I got you. Like, but what is camera filming? I think it will be better if it's filming like this corner where is the person who is speaking.
What do you mean? You mean like set it to?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's
this.
why the stand would be great, and then
But
you
we
can.
don't have a stand. That
would be great if
Why the
someone
fuck
brings
don't
it.
they have the stand? Where is the stand?
I don't know. They didn't bring it. In
How can they
Potsdam.
not bring the stand?
I don't know. The moment I went and took the bag up, I was like, there is no stand.
Yeah.
And they were like, how can you even say without looking? I was like, the stand is always in there. And I know the position of the stand, it's not in there.
Yeah, you should find it because it was 300 euros.
How much?
It's 300 euros.
It's not mine.
You can pay that easily.
Because it's a very,
I'm not
very good
responsible because I was not even in last NA.
It was at Dirk's place.
It was at Doug's place.
So I want to talk a bit about my ESN career. I started as an Augsburg, where I was a member in the beginning, but then very fast became vice president. I was also event project manager for a time and board support, so I have a few mandates in the board for assisting the board. I was also a local member of Göteborg in Sweden, where I was part of the identity. And then finally, starting this year actually, I became a member of the section care team of ESN Germany. I think I saw some of you in the section calls, not sure where I'm going. And now I would love to be also the chair for the next. I thought about my favorite ESN to share. And obviously EGM is very high on this list. I loved EGM Ancona, I was also at EGM Sevilla, and I really, really loved the spirit. I also loved national events of ESN Germany, so ESN Greenberg, and Sea Battle from ESN Sweden, both really, really nice and cool events. And for the NA, I have to say I haven't been to many NAs, but you might have seen me at the last NA. So, why should you vote for me as main chair? My extensive local experience. If you remember from the beginning, I said I joined ESN in 2020, so it's 5 years of being in an ESN mindset, living by ESN visions and mission. And now I'm ready for something new, which is why I applied to be main chair. Then I have a really big commitment on 2 things. Commitment to a certain task, so when I'm presented with a certain task, I'm really in. It's 100% or not at all. And if I would be 100% for this, I would have applied. And you probably also have heard about this or heard it in the Rules of the Game presentation. I really want to create a kind environment for everyone, not only for me, for you, for all the participants, for all candidates, for everyone who holds presentations. I think that's really important. Then my skills, I try to find like keywords to summarize everything. So I'm really good at multitasking. I've been always. I am actually a bit restless when I don't have a lot to do. So I apparently like to be stressed, which is really nice for this job. Then I'm good at communicating, I'm good at teamwork. I think we hopefully can prove to you that the city already works well with the team. And will hopefully continue to do so in the future. Then my organization and time management skills. I'm a pretty organized person. This does not apply to how my room at home looks, but for my work it does. And lastly, my openness and my empathy. Some of you that get to know me personally know that they can always talk to me. And I'm looking forward to share this also with you. Thank you.
Okay, I will do my presentation.
2 things. The first one, please, as a reminder again, if a session is in progress and someone is standing in front here, volunteering, applying for a position, and you're not in the room yet, you all have access to the agenda, you all have access to the live stream, stay outside. Because it is so disrespectful for someone who stands in front of you doing an application, and there's constant movement in the room because some people don't manage to be here in time. That's the first thing. The second thing, the second thing is there's a short announcement by Teresa before we're going to continue with the vice chair because the situation arose with applications for the vice chair that she wants to cover.
Hello. So I wanted to clarify, there were actually 2 applicants for permanent vice chair. There's Mariko and there was another person. we needed to appoint someone for this NA, and we appointed Marco based on several events or things in the application. However, there was a miscommunication within the national board whether the other application was just for this NA or as a permanent vice chair of the permanent vice chair of the cherry team. Turns out this person was applying for permanent chair, and he was not given, he was not given enough time to prepare a presentation, and we did not send you his application. However, given that Marco is already here, he has decided to withdraw his application because that he doesn't see that it makes so much sense for him anymore to still present if he is not being here right now. So we just wanted to clarify this, that there were 2 applicants in the beginning. Marco was appointed and the other applicant, based on the events, decided to withdraw his application. I just wanted to be very clear.
Okay, I will present my candidacy for vice chair. Well, where am I? Sorry. I joined ESN Berno. I was a member, a representative, and I'm still webmaster because unfortunately it always stayed with me. I was previously in ESN Pisa, it was the section where I joined, and I've been treasurer after 2 months, so I have a very small ESN path, I to say. I have been the vice chair for IT development in ESN Italy, and I have the opportunity to develop a voting app. And also I have been in the OC of Italian and NEC. I have done a lot of events, a lot of Italian community, one's web, and some community meeting and national board training. I also been in 3 DGM. One of them I was the content team as a chairing team, a technical chair, sorry. And I have been also this year Baltic Sea, as a OC. Okay, select me. Sorry, I'm very bad. Okay, and for my extensive ESN experience, because I'm in ESN for 4 years, and I have a lot of opportunity to participate in events. Okay. And also for my commitment, I want to write clear minds and understand what you always write, but also keep in consideration when you talk, speak very well so I can write the quality. And it's already hard, since we don't have too many microphones. And also I want to create an inclusive atmosphere inside the training team and also with you as participants. For my skills, I have these 4 skills for communication, because I want to the way you communicate to make it possible that everyone, what you want to say is understandable is very important, and the means is the way we continue this. I love working in team. I always ask Chiara and Justin if they need something and make sure that they feel good. I'm very organized and precise, and that's it. And also for the time management, because I always start thinking very ahead what I want to do. That's it.
Hey, long time no see. Hello everyone, again. I'm here to present my candidacy for the permanent technical chair for ESN Germany. About me, most of my ESN career I started some time ago. I started in Sofia in 2019 as an events and trip coordinator, and then I was 3 years in a row the national event coordinator of ESN Bulgaria. For the last 3 years, then as an international university team, and my second mandate as a regional coordinator, and already moved to Germany and member of ESN team. When it comes to ESN events which I attended, well, there are quite a lot. But the last, which kind of in my mind, and I really love them a lot, of course, the 2 SIPs, one in Athens and one in Nicosia, which I've been organizing as a regional coordinator. computer. Of course, EGMs, all of them amazing, but I think the last one, Ancona, had everything from each EGM. It's a really nice one. And for the last one, which is, let's say, spicy, as everyone is telling me that is also the INS in Germany, in for the JD program. Why me? Of course, not just because of this picture, and it's not really a violation, just to say. Actually, don't look at me. When it comes to my experience in national service and technical chair, well, as events coordinator of in Bulgaria is organizing 12 national service. As mentioned in the morning, as technical experience, been 3 times technical chair of in Bulgaria and 1 full year mandate of in Sweden, which also means another 3 times. When it comes to my commitment, actually those are the things which I'm always looking in ESN. Maybe it's not always 100% happening, but I'm always looking for efficiency and innovation, especially in this position. And of course, when it comes to support and excellence, I think even though our team is formed like not so long time ago, but I'm always looking to be supportive to them, but also to the National Board of ESN Germany, whoever I'm interacting here in Germany. About some of my skills, of course, problem solving, technical expertise. I'm as a technical analyst in my real life. There where I make money and I spend it in ESN, as everyone here. As mentioned in the morning, my bachelor degree is in PR and communications, so of course communication is always my biggest, let's say, power, and I always try to use it. And of course, I would say I'm good in multitasking. You can just have a look how many cables are there. I just call myself X-Man just because there are too many things to do, but in the same time I like it. And I guess that's it. Bombast. Come on, let's go spicy.
Comment. Torben is in Berlin. So I assume that, I think not many people are aware that this is the reopening of the open call, so the mandate would actually go to the 13th of November and not one whole year, just to make everyone aware. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. So now we also have a Q&A, which Lily will moderate, because obviously you will ask questions to us. I just want to remind you again, when there are comments from the room, and like if you want to comment on it, please speak up for everyone to hear. I think it was a bit not hearable for everyone before, so keep this in mind. Okay, we do have a mic, but still please speak up. And always in the section.
Okay, I'll do a second.
Okay, so this is the Q&A for us. Please scan the QR codes and ask questions.
it's 70. Could you give one?
So put your feet down on the question. No, I thought for comments we used the mic.
It is his question. He can ask it himself.
Yeah, this question goes to Justin, Oliver, AB. So to Justin, I saw that you spell your name sometimes with the I and sometimes with the J, and I'm confused by that.
Alright, yeah, officially my name is Justin, but since I don't know, I think I was 15 when people started to call me Justin. So in ESM especially, everyone calls me Justin. So both are okay, but as usual.
So that's a question answered. Great. Then the next question from Tom.
Tom is in Berlin. So I have a question that is more general. So when people or the chairs are not coming from Germany, how does that actually affect the travel costs since something they are covered for the chair?
I would actually like to not answer the question because we are not the ones to decide that. It's the treasurer, so we can't really say anything about this, and the Q&A is about the application. I hope that's okay.
Someone else?
Yeah. I mean, maybe someone wants to comment. That's okay.
Comment on that, say maybe. Normally we have we have a fixed limit until which we cover it. So this shouldn't be the decision you're making based on how much does it cost. And we have money.
I comment because I come here, take the section Marco Natali, vice chair. For this GA, I come here and pay €100 because I take the train, so I don't think are so expensive to be here in front of Italy.
Mr. Question answer. Tom, the question is answered.
Yes, Tom is in Berlin. I'm sorry, I do not want to misunderstand it. It's not against any candidate or something. It's really just that I'm interested in the procedure and I just wanted to have the thought. I'm sorry if that's, I saw that it could have been misunderstood and I'm really sorry for that.
Are there any more questions on writing right now? No. Then I would propose to close the speakers list. Any objections to that? Amazing.
Before we move on with the next point, Marco will just say one thing about the microphone thing.
So yes, as you have heard, there's some microphone problems. So I would like to ask the people standing here in the future to really look at how to position the microphone. Just make it very quick, not like that. Just put it like that. You know your mouth, and please try to not brutally pronounce many consonants. If you want to know what consonants, you can approach me and have the phonetics here. And you can figure it out. Please position it here, like under your mouth, and then you can talk freely, but don't yell. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We will try it with this microphone and see how it goes. Can everyone hear me? Is the volume okay? Perfect. Then I will ask all of the regional coordinators up front for their updates.
the regional coordinators update, so you can see what the level coordinators stayed here and also being at home did the last few months. As you can see, we have Germany here, we are divided in 5 ESN regions, so we are Bundesländer, we are southwest, west, north, east, and southeast. We continue with the southwest, and I'm just going to take over. So yes, that does not mean that Claire is not Southwest RC, the regional coordinator from ESN Frankfurt am Main. What they did is they went to the Stuttgarter Basen on the 11th of May, which was a few days ago, and they had 40 tables booked. I see the Southwest representing 40 tables booked for ESN, so 400 participants from 9 sections, a lot of food and dancing, and of course you can read the rest. Then of course they have the upcoming Appeal Karlsruhe, it's called IHK. Great, so yes, we did 13th and 15th of May. See, people are really active. Yeah, I really like that. So it's next week. Perfect. And yes, you can pick up the name Parker, since it's called Parker, I think we get that. And then we can go on to the west.
Thank you. Okay, so you heard from the southwest. Now it's time for the best west. Maybe. I'll start just introducing myself. For those who don't know me, I'm Nico. I'm from ESN Köln. I'm 22 years old, located in Bonn. I study international business and almost super boring stuff. I work in reinsurance. And yeah, I've been in the network since October 2023. And actually the West coordinator since January 2024, so I got re-elected in January, so this is my second mandate, and I couldn't have wished for a better region to be the RC2. And fun fact, because I can never otherwise mention it, my favorite color is orange. Yeah, so at the actual star of the show, I've got him here. Hello. That's James, aka Jimmy West. He's our West mascot. He's the personification of the Wild West, hence he's a cowboy. And he's protected under the threat of hosting the next AP, so if any of our West members steal him, well, then I guess surprise. And he likes to use his lasso to catch abandoned mascots, so beware. And hat update from Jason, his hat is still adorable. Okay, down to brass tacks. So what is happening in the West? We're planning the Hammer trip, and it's in its final phase. So we're gonna have 152 participants from 8 different sections, so basically the entire region. We're gonna have our next local platform in the enchanting city of Cologne, Pool Party, California, from June 20th till June 22nd. Yes. And I've had the great honor to participate at the GA project, and I like to say that I've been able to represent the West internationally. Yeah, so you can see a lovely picture of me and the Germany delegation on the right there. And yeah, so we had the opportunity there to talk to many international sections close to the German border, to have possible guests for our local platform. Yeah, so we already have 2 confirmations. 2 other NOs are going to participate in our local platform, and we're really looking forward to that. And my personal highlight, you know I'm big about intersectional cooperation, is actually the Rhein-Ruhr Alliance by ESN Bochum, ESN Dortmund, and ESN Witten-Herdecke. So what is it? It's a series of hikes organized by those 3 sections. They use their close vicinity to one another, they're really close, and it brought about strengthening of relationships and new friendships, and honestly, isn't that what we're all about in ESN, right? Thanks so much.
Next, it's me, Marius, and first I'm regional coordinator from the north, and I have to clarify something, because there was at least one ESN level. Left is me, Marius is in north, right, Marius, for is in smart, smart difference, but there is one, please keep it in mind. Next one is, sorry for pointing it out, there was 2 days ago, several days, sorry. I didn't have a chance last day. There was a battle between the south playing flaggable against the north. This is the, you can hardly see, but okay, on the right is the last players from the south, and left is the last player from the North, support by East, and guess what happened? Maybe there's a chance for you to solve this or get a second try this weekend, so I don't want to step further into it, we'll discuss it later. Yeah, now, updates from the North. This was the biggest North meeting within the last month, so we wasted a lot of money to fly to Italy just to meet there. We don't think it's confirmed to the cost to do it, so it's unofficial to do the meeting there. And then there will be the next future North meeting. This would be something really special. I'm not going to tease too much, but it's about beach. It's about the volleyball tournament, and especially Rostock. And the rest, as the East was faster with their slides, they have to tell you the rest about this, because we don't want to tell you twice. Thanks.
Yeah, so now to the East. So since the last, this is Gina and Tom, and since the last NA we took our over the East region, and so since then we had a regional call where we called about our problems, and those we want to solve actually at the LP next weekend. So there we have 3 very nice workshops that seem to be problems in the section, and a part of that we'll have a very nice social program, everything organized from Potsdam.
North Regional Coordinator Manager. We have East North Collaboration in Rostock. From East, we are 15 members who are already planning to join, and still the registration deadline hasn't passed yet, so please reach out to me or Marvelous. One more good news, we are really excited to announce that Estopia will take in Leipzig. And we're talking about it tomorrow reasonable time continuously.
Then last but not least, we have the Southeast. As a short overview, we have 7 sections, and recently also Regensburg joined, and they are unfortunately still not on the map, so I added a lot here. And we have currently 1 regional coordinator, which is me, Marty from Tumi, and we have 1 mascot here, our regional mascot. Then a brief personal update. I managed to break my leg right before, some weeks before the certain event in Ancona. So in March and April I couldn't do that much, but still the Southeast is going strong, pun intended. For example, we have the Spring Local platform coming up next weekend in Regensburg. It's called Ludwig's Party, and Ludwig was a famous king in Bavaria, so that's asking. And yes, the invitations are out. The registration ends tomorrow midnight, so that I can still also bother you in the regional time. So please sign up for the LP, or also right now. I sent the link a couple of times. And if someone wants to be second regional coordinator, please approach me. I would be very happy. And what you can see here on the picture, we actually have a second mascot that you will get if you become the second regional coordinator. Here you have the proof. And otherwise, we have also some regional events coming up. There's not like specifically organized or initiated by me, but still all Bavarian sections are invited to go there to a beach volleyball tournament in Munich on June 21st. And as it was already quite successful last year, we will also go to the Pride Parade in Munich on June 28th, where I think like someone mentioned it, and then within 2 hours, like every section said yes, they are interested to join. So that's quite nice. And that was the last regional coordinator, or the last regional.
Now we have another Q&A for our regional coordinators. So please scan this QR code for any questions about the regional updates. Are there any questions to be expected? Okay, we'll start with a question by Felix in the Karlsruhe. I think he just wants to clarify that LP will be on another date, so 13th to 15th of May. Okay. Does this answer or clarify your question? Okay, next question by John.
Yes, I just wanted to ask if this is like specifically a general question, like so like as in principle, like are organizations that aren't ESN sections allowed to attend LPs as like because like for MAs like interested sections or like counted sections are because they don't have to necessarily.
Mark and me, we are going to invite them, ask them to, of course, look around as a guest. Not just see if this is just a list they can invite as guests. I hope that's a good question. Thank you.
A question by in the back.
Hi, it's Kevin from UC Braunschweig. This question is directed.
The microphone closer, sorry.
Hi, I'm Kevin from UC Braunschweig. This question is directed at Marius. Are you possibly part of an OC for an LP that you forgot to mention that's happening this week?
I might have been quite Marius, it's in Braunschweig, as you know. I might have been quite late with my slides, asking someone for extension. And in the night, I forgot to hand in the slide for the LP, but I think no one besides you recognized that. Thanks.
Do you want to take the opportunity to talk about?
So it exists. It's the same day, so the next weekend. Marius is in Braunschweig, as you know. It's next weekend. It's from Friday to Sunday, and feel free to contact me if you'd like to join. It will be up. It will be Braunschweig. That was the point, right? Thank you.
Does this answer your question?
Yes.
Question by Maria.
Maria from ESN Constance. I wanted to ask, can you tell us more about dystopia and where the members from Amazon regional section can join?
Dystopia is our China Berlin, and Dystopia is our own adventure event. So only a special member can join it, unfortunately. And we will do some kayaking and swimming and barbecue in the park.
Does this answer your question? Next question is by Charlotte.
It's actually just if Munich is going to Pride, why?
co-is in Berlin. So, while I'm like we should also do it, I am also happy to organize it. I just realized we should probably do that as least and probably have it in Berlin. So suggestion: are we down? We don't.
Torben is RC East, sorry. So yeah, we are very happy to have that as a regional event too. So if other sections will join, yeah, come to us. We shall help.
Marco and me, I just also want to clarify that we do not limit the burden as well. I think everyone, including the regional as well, is invited to make events, of course, in their own city or one smaller city if they want to, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is invited to join them as well.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? All right. Dear, since maybe you look at the screens, we've got a few appreciations as well.
Can someone pick up the Of course you do.
Pictures taken. Thank you for listening to the Next up is the National Merch Campaigns.
So, let's talk about National Merch. Last time Preston presented the ideas that we had. So where are we at with the PR team? Well, good news, we did finalize the designs. So thank you so much to the PR team. Bad news, it took longer than we planned. This is why you don't have the highlight merge or anything now in this MA. But we still wanted to be transparent and to give you an overview on what the next steps are and what we finalized in the end. So what have we got for you? I'm going to see the overview of all the national merch that we designed so far. So first of all, is the lighters with an opener, which we already did the first batch for EGM and Kona. There were 200 of them, we ordered them in Italy. Unfortunately, the time quality periods were not the best one. Some of them did not really work properly. But the concept was cool and everyone really appreciated and liked it, so we hope that you do too. Then we have the bottles. So basically, you were sent out the form with all the designs, and we really want your input on this, because we've got many ideas, but we cannot print all of them, of course, because we still need to keep it portable. So you would need to choose the design. So we have 4 designs of bottles, and we are planning to choose a maximum 2 of them, so it's easier to place the order later on and to figure out how exactly we want to do this. Then we've got socks. We did not have the proper template for socks, this slide looks pretty weird, but you get the idea, right? So we have more of the designs for socks. Also preferably 2, but you have a right to choose even all of them, because then we will go in majority. And there are more designs as well. Then we've got mugs. So yes, the flower is approved by Comcom. The only thing is not approved, the logo needs to be bigger, but we can change that. So depending on demand, we may proceed either with mugs or bottles, so one of 2 and then both. But you're free to choose. So we've got this design and this design as well. You will all find them in the form. And then we've got temporary tattoos, and this is something that you don't have to order. We're going to get them for you. It's completely for us in Germany. So we'll get them for the next NA, which I know will take a long time, but it is what it is, I guess. And we do distribute them just like this, or if there is any other event that we can make them earlier, then maybe you can get them for your regions, and we can talk to regional coordinators how to organize this. But also if you want to have some for your section specifically, please let us know. And what now? So this word is as we finalized for the last time. So you have received an email with the voting from me on Wednesday, 14th of May. Please fill in the form, prefer this section with your choices by 31st of May, so that then we can actually do a timeline and check all the prices and reach out back to you and provide you with all of the clarifications. So then we'll evaluate what is actually possible and doable for June before our mandate ends and update you on all the next procedures. However, if you don't understand that the versions you want to order is completely individual, you can also fill it in individually. But just when it comes as sections, it's just easier for us to make choices. And if you have questions, please find me or anyone from the PR team. You see them in the orange hoodies with actual. And that was it from my side. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up is the alumni presentation.
Thanks for the merge update. I'm sure we were expecting some young, beautiful models presenting the merge update. So, for the update. I'm presenting now the alumni of Germany. We're supporting ASM since 2010. Who we are, what we want, and what we are doing. What is the alumni? We were founded in 2010 in Istanbul during an AGM because to support ASN. In this time, ASN Germany has a budget of around 500 million. They were not even able to support the IT stuff, so they were really had no money. So we decided to make a support staff with them, guys who are working and have money, they can support this in Germany. That's when we were founded. It's almost new, so if you have any question about what happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, you can ask me or our guy. We are around now 150 persons, and we are still growing. We are still alumni here. Maybe you can raise your hand. Who's alumni? I have a few. Maybe at the end of the weekend, we can receive more hands. What we're doing is we give financial support, both for the CA or for individuals. What we are doing is we set fund. That's what we are doing. That's pictures from our summer events. What is a summer event? It's like an day of the agenda. So we can sit down, we can have some paper breakfast, sitting around in the sun, having beer, having discussions about extend and whatever we want. Sitting in the lake, having some funny food pictures, whatever. So what we are doing, what you are most expecting is the financial support. What do we support? We support MAs, like today's SMA. We support team building events, or we support FDs, or we support participants when they go to events like ATM, that there are also a lot of people who support it. We support you. How does it work? There's a web page where you can send upload. Then you fill in the form. Why do you need money? For what? Just if you organize an event, just give a short budget plan, what you want. Up to 150 euros. You can decide if you give the money more or not. If it's more, like okay, if 750 euros, all members have to decide how much money we give you. So it takes a little longer. So don't ask 1 day before the event for money. It takes some time. Why does it work? It's only because of you. You give money to us. So if you are old or have enough money or will work, support us, whatever, you can join alumni. You can be active in alumni. For me, I was in the alumni association and I was joint president, so everything is possible. The costs are 20 euros for students per year and 40 euros for normal people. You can also give more, it depends on your financial situation, how much you want to give. the more money we have, the more we can support. Some want to buy a book, so if you get more members, maybe we can buy a book for next year. It's €1. If you have any questions, you can ask us. You can give personal advice. It's not official. I'm not really saying this. It's maybe from an experience. I can say, okay, you can do this, you can do this. If you need help, just ask by email or text me. And we'll do some funny stories about the past and about human relations and policy. This is the board. I'm president. Ego is our financier, treasurer, and Schlussfolgerung is here, but you see the picture, nice people. And we have a break. Thank you very much.
I would actually like to propose a change in the agenda and move the ESN card presentation and the digitalization project, digital ESN card project, and ESN cloud space to now as possible.
You also,
Yeah.
Saurabh, NB, so you also want to move the ESN cloud demo as well now?
That's what she said. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Are there any objections to changing the agenda?
You have the ID password?
Right.
So hello everybody, I hope you're ready. I'm very happy to be here in Germany, to be under our name, to present one of the biggest initiatives that we have been doing is ESN International in the last 2 years. As I mentioned in the previous presentations, one of the biggest strategic priorities for the next 6 years in ESN is digitalization. And digitalization of the ESN card is one of the major projects in that. So the account management system is how we currently call the project internally, but this will not be the final name. So the Erasmus student answers to digital net world will become by putting our own system digital. It will become the main platform for students to actually enter our ecosystem as well, which will give them access to the services and materials that we have, like Erasmus Intern, inclusive mobility, activities, all the different parts where students actually can be a part, they will be introduced to the system. So these two main functionalities, the student members and digitalization of the ESN. So the timeline, I will go very quickly over this because this is supposed to be a bit longer of a presentation, but I have a very short time frame. So here you can see a bit of the timeline. We started in 2019, the development went very slow, it got stuck for a long part, and then now in the GA development we actually tested the first beta release. So we actually have a working system now that we tested with the sections and countries, and not with the sections, but with the countries. So the first digitalization of the ESN card is a fact. And soon the first testing will start. We are now focusing on September to have the first section into the system selling ESN cards digitally. So what are the functionalities? The first one, a single platform login. So this will make sure that ESN actually has a profile of every student in the network, so that we can actually track how many students we have, how many members we support, and all this data that we can actually aggregate. So it will give her the accurate data. It will connect all our platforms, because as many of you know, some of you might not even know all our platforms, they are very all over the place and none of them are connected. This will connect all of them together. And will facilitate the user experience for our students. Then the other functionality is the ESN digitalization. As many of you know, we have many years of physical cards, which are plastic, which is not very amazing for an environment network that's trying to be environment sustainable. So we try to actually digitalize this fully and take out the last wasteful process out of our actual governance. So bringing ESN in the 21st century is very important here, and then we ease the process of authenticating students as well. By centralizing this as well, we can actually make sure that GDPR policies are followed, and ESN can put policies in place that will auto-delete data for sections and national levels, so that local level doesn't have to be busy with GDPR anymore. Well, they do have to be busy with GDPR, but at least we have some basic lines that are already set. Development process, I will not go into a lot here because I don't think it's very relevant for you, but just to give you some background, it's always going to be the new outgoing and ingoing board that's responsible. We always have 2 persons responsible because we do not want the project to stall again, and then we will start for the launch intention within these systems. So we also have a contract signed with a subcontractor, again not very important, but just to give you the clear overview of what's happening. So currently we are in phase 1 of this project where we focus group with different stakeholders and different systems. We tested the system on 2 different events, and now we tested the first beta version of the JP program. So everybody was welcome during this phase, and we actually will do some bigger phase tests with the entire network, where the entire network can make accounts, see how everything works, and go from there. And this will be during a line of our events. Sadly, we will not have a demo here, so don't worry. We will also be publishing an FAQ where you can find most of the questions that we will have. Some of them are already sent. Some of you might know if you read your emails. We sent out a concept note, I think 2 months ago, with all the basic information in there. So you can still find it in your email if you want to know more. Phase number 2.1 will be the one section what I know. As I started, we said it will start in September. We will start onboarding the first section, the first NO into the system. So they will have an application form, we will inform them, we will make sure that different teams of international are also part of this project, so that it's not just us doing it as a board, but it's the entire network together. And then the communication channels will also be established that we don't have at the moment, because we will need new things to communicate with countries and sections. So the development of the support will go through. And then collaborative effort of the higher education institutions, students, and ESN. So this goes further than us because we actually need to make sure that our institutions and our student members are also understanding the system and getting to it. Online cards, they will follow a different pattern, don't worry about this. And we will have emergency solutions if the system fails. So don't worry, we will not be taking off the entire membership system of ESN. We will have solutions ready. And then phase 2 is where we onboard, phase 2.2 is where we onboard the full NO. So we go for one section, we scale up to that full NO, and then if everything works, we stop the physical sales of that NO and we move on to the last part where we start moving into the entire network. For this as well, the testing in phase 2.1 is just something that I want to be very clear. This is something that we are currently already started. As I said in the previous, I just want to specify the fact that we made a WPA or a board position as IT manager mandatory for the testing does not mean that this will be forever mandatory for the countries. Every country will be onboarded, no matter what their structure is. But if we want to actually make sure that the system works and that we can test it properly, we need somebody on a board level that actually has the capacity to communicate with the international board and make decisions that are not always coordinated back and forth. So this does not mean Germany will be excluded from the digitalization process, it just means it will be a lot slower. That's it for me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you again for the presentation. And now Zara will talk or show us a demo of the ESN Cloud project. Hopefully.
Okay, so while he's preparing, I will tell a few words about this project. So this project already started Gabriel is an alumni. So yeah, this project already started last year. We got a grant about 20,000 that we spent on the IT project last year. And however, around October, something new came along, and that's why this year we wanted to switch to this new thing. The applications, everything is the same. It's just a bit more complicated to set up, but the reason why we switch is it has so many more benefits in terms of IT maintenance because there's a lot of automations. And you will see what you will get. I'm just saying that for us IT people, the idea behind this project is to make it easy, to make the management as easy as possible. And in a second, as soon as he logs in, then we can show it to you. He will type the password.
Can't you just use
yeah.
like find the sample?
Okay, so basically we can change it with our visual identity as well. So we can host this on our own server. So it's a portal, a web portal. You will be able to log in with your ESN account, and then you have all the applications that you use in your volunteering. So all these digital tools. So for example, your emails are there, and the program also makes it possible to automatically give you an email address, so we don't have to do that step anymore. There's file storage, so this is like a replacement for Google Workspace or for your SharePoint, where you can have your files stored. This is also the demo environment from them, so it's not the fastest right now. But yeah, so here's the file storage, and let's open the document. Yeah, so basically what you expect in also your normal Google Workspace, but we have everything by ourselves. And there's projects, so like a project board for your project, so you can plan your project. And before this loads, I will show you, there's also the chat, so this is the replacement for Slack. In a second we will see it. Yeah, so this is a project management board where you can see like all your projects and stuff like this. And here is the chat, which is supposed to be the Slack replacement. Any last words? How we looking for?
Yeah, there is also one more motive why we are doing it, or why we are going to this platform, because it's being funded by the German government, and there is a funding which is going on. It's an open, it's an open platform, so we can do a development, and it's a guarantee that when it is funded by the German government, we will have a fund, and it will be still on a development process. So there will be updates coming on, and we can update it. It won't be stuck in one place, and we don't have to anymore use the US-based systems. Like, that's one of the best things we can say. We can move towards the EU systems, our own GDPR, our own systems.
What I wanted him to say was that we are looking for developers, and we're looking for, no, not developers, we're looking for people that are knowledgeable in Kubernetes, because right now we are setting it up, and it's a bit new for us as well, so it would be great if we have additional people, IT people, ask your sections. If anyone knows Kubernetes, that would be a big help for us. So that was it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
What?
Oh! We wanted to go to the bar. We know. Naughty.
Justin, can you open the Q&A?
All done.
Okay, here's the QR code for this Q&A. presentations. So for the digital ESN cards and for the ESN cloud courses. When you ask your questions, make sure to tag the people you're referring to. There's a question by Oli. Can you say it?
So, to the ESN Cloud, now when you open up the site, it was quite slow. Is that normal or typical, or is it just like because of the current climate?
Okay, it was an environment being provided to us by the people who are working on them, like the open desk team. When we are on our own server, it will be a bit more fast. So on.
Yes, so the idea also behind the technology behind it, it's able to scale. So you set up multiple servers, and depending on your demand, it can scale. So that's why it's more also a project for other countries as well. Yeah.
Does this answer your question? There's a question on.
Yeah, so when approximately is it going to be possible to put this cloud on the sectors already?
So that's also one of a good question. As Darwin said, like how they plan for the AMS will be kind of same for us as well. So we have to choose a section, we have to test out, and we have to see where are the bugs and how scalable it is. We have to analyze the cost as well. But eventually it will take a time because it's 46 sections, and we have to do a knowledge transfer one-on-one to onboard them into the system.
Does this answer your question? Okay, the next question by
Severin AB regarding the digital ESN card. With whom lie the liabilities in case of a data breach? Is it with the national organizations or will it be with ESN International?
So at the moment the liability is international. So at the moment the liability lays on, for this system, it lays on the ESN International because we will be enforcing the GDPR for the whole network. So for this system, only for the data within this system, it's the international. Everything else is still with the section for the national organization. Just to make that clear.
Severin AB comment. I just want to speak numbers here, how much such data breaches might cost. So we are selling 140,000 ESN cards every year. So they're all digital and we lose this data. Every one of these holders actually has a claim up to 5,000 euros. So we're talking here of the whole Erasmus budget for 5 years, 8 years, I don't know what the Erasmus budget is for, that could go in case we have a data breach there. So can we ensure that somehow, or how are we facing that?
This is why we are hiring a professional company and we're not developing this in-house. This is why everything is being done by a professional company that know what they are doing. They have many big systems running and we are paying them to keep everything secure and updated and maintain the system. This is not something we will do internally because we don't have the capacity.
Yeah, okay, so just to be sure, in the contracts also make sure that they in the end take the liability of this contract.
Yes, we have a contract with them that stays so.
Does this answer your question?
Oliver AB, you showed the chat app online. Is there also actually app for your phone?
Sorry?
The chat.
Yeah.
You only showed it as a website. Is there
So like the plan for them is that this year they're going to release also an app alongside with. And the applications by itself are like elements, so they're like separate, but they neatly fit everything together. That's why, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question? Next question.
Okay, so I have a bit. Matthias is with me. My question is more directed towards so sections already using certain tools, like they have their own wiki or they have their own chat platforms. How can they go to the new, if they go to the new system, will they have to start from scratch or can they kind of migrate?
Well, like in terms of the applications itself, now they have migrations for, I think, Google and Microsoft. Element may have migrations for Slack, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it's likely that not everything can be, like if you have some weird automations in Slack, that won't get important, but I think in terms of files, that should not be a problem. Chat may be a problem, but I'm not sure.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? Next question by Charlotte. That's a good point.
Yes, I want to just manage to log into my ESN account, so
This is Charlotte's group?
No, yeah, Charlotte.
He lost.
Just didn't manage to use it. So yeah, the question is if
name and section, please.
Yeah, if in OpenDesk will
name and section, please.
Charlotte, what's your name?
Charlotte, name.
So I'm Anton from ESN Tourism, and I just wanted to ask if in OpenDesk will be a mail service available?
Yeah, so I said when we showed the mail that it's in the background, it creates automatically the mails. But right now it's not sure if it's going to be multiple domains or if everyone just will have an ESN Germany email. So that point is not 100% clear how this is going to happen. But does that answer your question? Kind of.
Are there any more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speaker list if there are objections. Okay, then we close the speaker list. Tom, your question.
Tom, yes, I'm Berlin. So, say, is there a limit of users, or can we all join one platform again, like it was back in the days possible with ESN Germany?
So it's very clear, it's on our server, it's unlimited users. We don't pay for it. And there will be a role-based access that we will be applying for. So people from ESN Berlin don't see anything from ESN Köln. ESN Köln don't see anything from ESN Bochum. So we enforce the rule-based system. What they deserve, what they want to know, only that much information they will receive. Yeah. And based on their ESN accounts.
Does this answer your question? Yes. Matthias?
Matthias, yes, I'm in Munich. My second question is about, do you have a rough estimate on the timeline? So how do you expect this to roll out and how many sections by week?
Yeah, very good question. As soon as if I get a Kubernetes person tonight, I will be rolling out in a 1 week. I'm in that hurry right now. Yes, but onboarding will take a bit of time because I want to take one of the section and try it out very well. See the requirements, see the bugs what we have, fix it, and move towards the next sections, test it out, and get our whole MO into this, together.
I would say it depends. ESN Gabriel is an alumni, sorry. Yeah, so I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so it depends if it's they also offer it as a paid service, so that would be like the ultimate best solution, but it depends on how much it's going to cost. If it's a bit too much, then we have to host it ourselves. That would be ideal. And in terms of how long it's going to take, yeah, it's not sure, but I would prefer if we make it open for every section, because it should be able to handle that amount of numbers immediately, and depending on the usage, then we have to make adjustments on how it scales.
Does that answer your question?
Hi, Charlotte is so my question goes to Sarah, and it's about, you just talked about projects that are going to end when your mandate ends. So my question is, how is this project going to go on? Are you going to do it, or someone else is it going on?
So, yeah, I would try my best to finish it before my mandate, but I would also say it very clear, as I was before. The person who will be coming up next to me has to take care of the IT infrastructure. It's not easy. Look at us, like we are spending around 8 to 10 hours per week to do this thing, and it's time taking. But you know, and that person should be responsible for onboarding as well. If I finish on the time, and the onboarding should be done.
I would answer less harsh than Saurabh. So right now it takes a lot of time because the initial setup is complicated, but they provide automated updates. So there's the company offers automated updates, so it's possible to very easy update it, and the operating system updates itself. So most of the things should be very fairly automated in the best case.
Comment on the same, the person should know the Kubernetes in that kind of infrastructure. So it's not like he says update will be possible, yeah, automated updation is possible, but the person should know how to do it. And we are not playing with something one thing, because everything will be integrated into one. If something goes down, it is down.
It'll be fine.
Does this answer your question? Yes.
Thanks for raising that. My question is, what can we do as local sections to improve the transition to this new system?
Okay, my first aim would be to get into the candidacy, but eventually it is not possible anymore, as we don't have a WPA. Because why I always want to be in a candidacy to get into this, because we are 46 in number, and we always have requirements, which is something new and something innovative. To get that, we have to test it out with Darwin, with ESN International, and test it out with the sections. For example, if I am taking Berlin, Karlsruhe, anyone, I need to test it out with that section, and then only I can onboard the others. Now we give you one better.
For Germany, the case is very simple. We will do some tests in the coming months, so 1-2 months that will be publicly open. Sadly, that is for Germany the only way to be involved now until phase 2 is completed, as you do not meet the criteria for the next phases. Thank you.
Does this answer your question?
Matthias is in Munich. My last question is about the sustainability. So once this is up and running, so let's say most of the sections are using it, what happens if there is no IT manager for a mandate or even 2 mandates?
I don't see that scenario. Like there won't be any IT manager. I see many people up there, even Manoj was there. I know like people up there, they are willing to do it. What we need is to upskill them a bit. And I am really good, like I am really proud of ITCom, actually from the ESN International, that they are also training it. And I promoted that much into the sections. Join the ESN International with the ITCom. They are training you. IT is not a space science. IT is something you work on logic. So join it. Whenever I talk about IT, people just run away. It's not a space science. Just think about it as a logic person. You know, I work on it like every day. I'm not something special. You are the same as me. You can also do it. So I see like people will join. And there will be IT manager all the time in ES in Germany. We are not the small section and we didn't get the 20,000 grant like that.
So the question was less aimed at Matthias from Munich. The question was less aimed at if we manage to get an IT manager, but through this project, are we getting into a situation where if, for whatever reason, this isn't maintained, sections have a problem because they might not be able to access it or there might be security breaches. So is it something that is safe even if there's not someone that is able to maintain our mandate with expertise?
Yeah, in the same case, if you are talking about the ESN cloud one, Saurabh, MD, so yes, then eventually we have communication manager. I hope their portfolio also is the same. They know about the IT. They can, as per the current situation, I think they can connect with the communication manager. Then it would be on the communication manager or the field defender. It would be on the national board or the university. Because it is a bit of the knowledge being required.
I find it always very weird that these discussions are only handled into IT topics and directly to the national board. Because what if you don't have a president for 3 years? Will the president portfolio stop existing? No, somebody will need to take care of it. It's the same for an IT position. Things need to be maintained. If the position is empty, somebody will need to step up. It's not because the position is empty that you can let your entire network collapse. Also, the world is going into a digital age. We cannot stay behind because we will literally be out-completed in 5 years and ESN will stop existing and some for-profit company can take our throne and scam the students. So we need to keep progressing, we need to keep building, and is it the risk that positions are empty? Yes, there is the responsibility of the people that are there to take over. Thank you.
Does this answer your question? Question for my question.
Christian, listen to me. A question to Sarah and Gabriel. I will first clarify something. How far is the progress of scaling the projects to sections and roles, etc.? And is there going to be an international level? Also, what I mean with how far is the progress, not in the sense of have you already scaled it up to 46 sections, but more in the sense of are you in contact once you feel like this is a good point to scale it up? Is there already contact to actually have someone to scale it up?
So for now, we plan just for our to scale up for 46 sections. Moving forward, yeah, me and Gabriel, we did some cost analysis as well. We are not making ESN Cloud or ESN Workspace just for ESN Germany. We want other NCOs to get involved into it. We are ESNers, we will move together and we want every section, every NCO to move together with us. We are not doing for a money purpose or anything here. Bringing up any other NCOs here will bring a good for ESN Germany as well as for them. Because we will divide the costs and it will be cost efficient as well. Scalability, cost efficient. So that's our strategy.
Usually you have also, if the numbers grow, usually it's also going to become cheaper for each person or each section.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, Benjamin, yes, in Berlin. My questions are, what benefits do you see for local sections to switch away from their established systems, Google Drive, templates, and workflows and all of that to ESN Cloud?
Well, I think we shouldn't care. So I think eventually it should present itself that there's benefit enough that you will consider switching. Of course, at the beginning you can just use the chat if you like, and it really depends on you. But I think eventually, as time goes on, also your sections are changing. So eventually, I think people will use it if it will be a thing in the future.
And to add on top of it, like I am 100% sure half of this room doesn't want to still be based on a US-based company whatsoever is happening in the world across the world. We have to move into our own environment. We have to move into the EU. We have to do our data protection. We have to know, like the section should think about it. And whenever I talk about GDPR as well, like it's also really important. We have to keep that in mind. So.
Did this answer your question? I didn't see you, did you not? Alright, thank you very much. Maybe if you want to read the appreciations, you also got some.
Did you write it for yourself? I read it. Thanks for the lesson. Yeah. We will go and get it up.
We will now have a break. Before you go and before you stand up, I would like to say, please, please, please be punctual this time. We will start after the break with an NB candidate's presentation. I will, after the break, propose to change the agenda. So please be on time, be respectful for the person presenting, and give yourself also the opportunity to hear this presentation. Make sure to really even be here 5 minutes early, and remember to always be kind. Thank you.
We just wanted to announce that we are absolutely loved here in Stuttgart. They are the best section, the best people, and their mascot is adorable. And we are grateful because they lovingly keep up our mascot when they come with the kid on the floor. Thank you. We go to Thank you.
be the Vice President of Governance of Peace in Germany. But that's your decision. And now a little bit of my attended events. So one of my, I'm going to start mainly from the beginning. So big shout out to Dusan and Catherine actually. Because my first ESN event outside of Potsdam was Eastopia 2.0. And that's when I first got to know a lot of my lovely friends, especially from the East, who have motivated me to actually come to this point probably. And then I went to my first National Assembly in Hamburg, so to be some more shout out to you guys. And it really motivated me to take more part in, more ESN work and also to take more part in the network. Then a week after I went to work Karlsruhe. It was intense. Two ESN events for like really on the national level, that was intense, but it was very fun. And I got to know a lot of incredible people, also including Isabel, so shout out to her. And yeah, then 2024 seems empty, but remember ESN Potsdam posted DNA in Potsdam. But I went to the one in Hannover, so shout out to you guys. And then in 2025, I went to the National Assembly in Dresden. So shout out to Dresden, guys. But also then shout out to the German delegation, especially the German delegation leader Max. I went to the EGM in Cologne, which was my first time in Italy. It was very nice. I didn't have good pizza, I was happy but my time will come, I guess. And then a little bit about my motivation. I'm gonna put the potato down. It's actually our community. And I know it sounds cheesy, but it's actually what brought me here. And I think as Vice President of Governance is really something that really matters. Because at the end of the day, what really motivated me to stand here is you guys. And I don't know, I would probably never would have taken a step into making this more official and being here and being more present for my friends that I made along the way. And also for a lot of possible new friends that I could possibly make. And I'm just incredibly grateful for being part of this network, and I really want to support the network and the community that we have. So that's my motivation. And now to my goals. I mainly work with the portfolios, which you can look up into the task description of the MD. But one thing that I really want to take care of is the section care, of course. So I want to support the sections and also volunteer engagement. Because at the end of the day, we do this all voluntarily. And ESN should be fun. And I know that especially every section has different needs, and I really want to attend to that. So it's not about what I want, it's what the sections need. And not from an above position, but kind of like part of the community that we are. Also, I want to have regular and clear communication. It's important to have respect. I want to do check-ins, and I want to keep reminders of deadlines, because I know how easy it is to miss an email. I know I have already talked about that in my applications. I want to do monthly updates. Because I do a similar thing also in ESN Potsdam to build trust and transparency in the network. And also I want to optimize the quality assurance tools a bit, because I know the process is a bit overcomplicated sometimes. And I want to consult with the section and see what we can do about that, maybe simplify the processes. And with that, because the quality assurance tools are really out there for that, the data that we gain is so incredibly important for the knowledge transfer that we need to sustain this kind of network. Then about the national coordinators and the section care team. So I want to, of course, ensure the knowledge transfer, so I would kindly invite the current members of the section care team to join the new one or continue their work. But I'm also open to everybody else that wants to join. But maybe some people continue their work, that makes it probably easier to kind of get into the flow a little bit easier. And I want to make sure that everyone knows who they can talk to. Because we have a lot of problems. We face issues in the sections every day. Things get complicated, and it's important to know who you can talk to. And also one thing that's really dear to my heart is that everyone does something in the network. And it doesn't matter if it's on the local, regional, or the international, or the national level. And we each do our part, and I think the recognition, especially for the people on the whole national level, is really important. So the coordinators, the regional coordinators, the national coordinators, also the teams feel valued. And I really want to work on that. So if you want, you can join me as a national coordinator, you can join me in the section care team, or you can just support me and just a network in a way that suits you. Yeah, and then maybe something that's also important to portfolios is the section growth and onboarding. Of course, I want to look out for the sections that are interested in joining our network. There are some in the realm that we could that on the national level, personally, I consider everybody that does something for the national level. So I really want to have a transparent way and also that everybody is included and that's a collaborative national level. Because ESN is not supposed to be a hierarchy. I really want to be. Yeah, and one maybe little thoughts about the national level. I really want to work on healthy and sustainable team dynamics because at the end of the day I said that ESN is supposed to be fun. We are volunteers. And of course we have a responsibility, but at the end of the day if it's not fun, the motivation kind of sinks probably. Yeah, and then respectful communications and constructive feedback, encouraging collaborative national level team building activities. And at the end, I just want to say our biggest strength is a community, the opportunity to help and inspire each other. And we should keep that in mind. That's what this community moNAco is about. And this was it. So that's it for my introduction. I'm really looking forward to your questions, but please be nice. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I was a bit nervous. Thank you very much, Yuka. So now we will have a Q&A, of course. Please stand into our phones. Please stay in the name section and the whole question and be kind, be respectful, you know the drill.
Are there any questions to be expected?
Wow.
Just checking any questions are still expected right after the next
Okay, maybe we break the ice. So you joined ESN in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. Sorry,
Can you all please be quiet for the Q&A?
sorry, there is you joined ESN during 2020 during the pandemic, and I did the same. So you were mentioning that you want, for example, to do some team building for the national level. Since Germany is so big, it would have to be online. So during your ESN COVID time, did you get any experience with online teaching activities that you could use?
It doesn't have.
Yeah, definitely it's something that also came up with the pandemic time. I was not president at that point, but I remember, and I did take part in some team activities. But I do think it's possible to do it online, but I would prefer to take place in person. If that's not possible, I definitely look into more ways that we can do it online. And I do think that especially if we talk about the national level, not only the national board, we want to do it with everybody, yeah, finding some ways is pretty easy. So then it's that we
next question we have Johannes.
Hi. So I'm just reading that Janis is in Darmstadt. Can you name one current development you see that you're going to continue? And maybe one current thing that you'd like to change?
But I think this one goes exactly here and can be.
Yeah, Charlotte, sorry, yes, I'm Roland. And yeah, so thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on the happened dynamics, as teams can be super different and work very, very different. So what entails like a healthy dynamic for you?
That's a very good question. I'm just sitting there with all the different so it's a very good question. So thank you so much. One thing, even though I don't like conflict and I do know that it's going to occur, but I do think it's a respectful way and also a communication way that you can resolve conflict. One thing that I want to do this with is that if situations get out of hand, I am 100% for also getting support from the outside from mutual. What do you want to do? Sometimes you get pretty much extra or in your hands. But I will say that yes, we have different communication styles, we have different ways of thinking, we have different ways of being. That's also the beautiful thing about being a community because of that. And I would say that I think a lot of miscommunication can be maybe better handled if we are very open about our communication dynamics upfront. So when we do have a team building event or something like that, I think that we being upfront and say this is how I communicate, these are my priorities, and this is maybe I might come across like that because I have a moment of noise or something. I think preface with those facts, especially in the beginning of building a national level national board, I think that's a good way to start.
Does this answer your question? Next question.
Hi, Elena, the National Coordinator. Thank you so much for being here. Sometimes during transitions in sections, they can be done or are done poorly due to lack of information, internal problems, or even previous local boards burned out. How do you, and this causes the new boards to not reach out to the national level or not know anything basically. How do you plan to avoid this problem? What do you think can be done to ensure that this doesn't happen within the sections, especially the smaller sections that don't have such manpower? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I think it's really important. Yeah, I'm also a local president in a smaller section. In Potsdam, we have like 30 people. And of course, 30 people on paper is like 10 to 15 that's really active. And I'm not looking for when a board doesn't continue being also part of any SN sections, that could be a problem. And I do think we could maybe work on a notion of having more generalized protocols on how to do transition documents maybe. I am currently working on my own. So I think it's definitely some experience that I also have to gain in this process. I think consult with also other boards or other boards from smaller sections and also
Louis.
So, Ricardo is a Munich. Well, this is something that I'm not sure if it's already done or has been done in Germany. And it's a thing called study trips that we do in Spain, where the vice president or a team called section captain does like a visit to a section, maybe once a month, twice a month, and you have like a little talk with them, maybe do like a couple of workshops with the section, see how they're doing, see what good ideas they are having, good things they are doing, and then also share with the network so that we can all benefit from it.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. And it's also very important. I think the market plan maybe has done some trips of that kind. I don't know if section 13 was included, so it's more a thing that falls from this time. I will say that I have, it's a goal of mine to go to some LPs in maybe all the regions, and possible that I do know that's a huge task. But I think that getting personal with the sections, really not by a Google form or something, really talking to them and really asking them for their opinions and also their struggles face to face as something that I really want to achieve. And that only happens when I have a section here around also. So I really develop the structures to do such a thing. But I'm definitely not opposed to it. I think it's a very great way to get in contact and to actually get more knowledge than just like numbers on the paper.
Does this answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? If not, I will propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list closed. Thank you for this Q&A. His answer report is on the agenda.
Hi! Okay, so after this amazing presentation, we go back to the scheduled program, which is here in Iyap again. Fortunately, I have Elena here to delegate the Iyap again. So we're here to talk about the ESN Survey 15 report. So I hope everyone knows what the ESN Survey is. Everyone should know by this point. If you don't, ESN Survey is the biggest data collection project that we have in ESN, and it really helps us see where the students are coming from, where are they going, what do they want, what problems do they face, and using that information we can actually advocate for them and change their future. So we have had 15 versions of this survey, once every 2 years, and now we have been analyzing the ESN Survey 15 report for Germany. So I will give the word to Elena to explain it.
Thank you, Teresa. So, some numbers. The ESN survey got over 23,000 responses, more than 60 questions. We got around 3,400 participants for Germany, with the numbers you see there for the incomings and the outgoings. And it turns out we made around 27 pages of report. It was 2 Excel sheets with more than 2 Excel documents with more than 60 undersheets, with some questions with more than 1 row. So it was a very, very tough thing to analyze, but we did it. And one of the main things that we found is the big role that ESN plays within the students, the outgoings and the incomings. Around 60% of the students participated in ESN events, which improves how important ESN is in the mobility programs and the Erasmus and the exchanges. Here is just some examples of what some students wrote. ESN Tumi, ESN Jena, ESN Dresden as well. And there's way more answers about this. So it is very important with the work that we do, and I want you all to feel very, very proud about that, and to see that we really make an impact on the students that come here. But as a reminder, what was found in the survey, there's a lot of problems that face the international students, not only coming here, but also going outside. For the outgoings, the main problem was connecting to the locals. So German students or international students studying in Germany, when going abroad, they don't know how to connect to the community, how to join maybe clubs or stuff there. And this is something that we also want to fix with this survey. Secondly, the courses. If you have been on Erasmus, or you know people that have been on Erasmus, you know that Germany is very strict with the ECTS credits recognition, with the courses, especially some universities specifically. And we want to advocate for this to change. Erasmus should be on mobility programs, not only Erasmus. They should be inclusive for everyone, doesn't matter where you study, but for everyone, even if you come from Germany or going abroad. And then, as well, another big topic is the money, obviously, always. 40% of the students get their money within 30 days of arrival, so this means 1 month after being on their Erasmus vacation. If you have been there or you have moved to a new place, you know that you have to pay for rent, you have to pay for a fee when you move to a new apartment, you have to pay a fee, like a security deposit, yes. And buy a lot of new things, so this is a very huge problem because then you have to finance this on your own money, which some people might not have, which focuses and sheds the line of the problems that the Erasmus and mobility programs have. And as well, the lack of affordability, with only 50 and 70% of the costs being covered by the Erasmus, by grants for most of the people. This is for outgoings. There's also a lot of other problems, as you can see, but these are the main ones. And also, now, for the students who come to Germany as exchange, mainly the main problem here is the courses, due to, for example, outdated course catalogs or troubles with the German bureaucratic administration, troubles with the teachers that don't give the explanations or the content for the classes soon. Then we have the money, which is insufficient, and its lack of affordability. We know that Germany is one of the more expensive countries within the EU, and so students coming from from the east of Europe might have more trouble financing their costs. Only 17% of students say that the grants covered 100% of their Erasmus stay or exchange stay. This is very, very little amount of people. And if we want to make a more inclusive program, then we should raise the money that is given. And then 35% of students said that, most of the students actually, which is 35%, said that the total costs, which only, the money was only covered between 25 and 50% of the total cost. Not even half of the total cost was covered by the money. So this is also a very big thing that we want to show with this report. So, why is this report important? First of all, it shows areas of improvement. The emphasis is the importance of mobility programs. So not only Erasmus, but also other programs. Actually, currently, the students who come to Germany, 86% of students come on Erasmus, but there's still a 14% of students who don't come on Erasmus. So international mobility programs, alliances programs, and these programs are also important. So we should not only focus on Erasmus, but also on the other students. And for outgoings, it's a bit more different. It's almost 95% of students who are abroad through Erasmus. So it's a bit more, we can focus more on Erasmus here. So what do we want to do with this report? We want to say that to stakeholders such as the AAD, the members of the parliaments, policymakers, and with these numbers we can support our claims. Having numbers and specific numbers make us credible and make us show that we have the knowledge and we have the information from the real people that suffer these problems. And locally, you can use it for international offices, saying how important is CSM for your exchange students. There's some universities, more specifically, the bigger universities and the bigger cities where we get more answers. So you can actually see how students coming to these universities feel and how the international offices from these universities make the students feel. So you can also be able to use this data to go to your international office and say, hey, so the exchange students come to us for all of these problems. Why aren't we getting, in exchange for that, more support? Why aren't we getting this space that we can use for meetings or things like that? And what do we want from this. So we want early promotion of Erasmus. We saw in the survey that around 40% of students, both incoming and outgoings, decide to go abroad before even starting their higher education program, so before starting university, for example. This means that programs such as Europa, Marschule, or Back to School are very, very important pillars of student mobility. And we want to advocate for that, and we want to advocate for more of these programs. We also want to showcase the other mobility programs, such as the alliances and other international programs that I mentioned earlier, and top-run opportunities, which sadly not that many people know about, such as the Green Travel Top-Up, or the Special Needs Top-Up, and other top-ups that are not, that the international offices or the universities don't offer to the students, or they don't give the information about it. We also want to advocate for more mobility options in all study fields. Currently, there's a lack of mobility in natural, social, and medical sciences, especially medicine and law in Germany. If you know people who study this, we have seen it in the survey that due to how these programs are structured, they cannot really go on Erasmus or exchange. If they go, they don't get any credits recognized. We want to change that. We want to make sure that these people can go abroad and can still get the recognition for it. And then we want to support better supporting conditions for international students, especially for better credit recognition and concerning the housing crisis. You probably know that Germany is suffering from a big housing crisis. International students don't know where to stay. They have trouble finding apartments. They have trouble finding accommodation. For that, we're also using the Home 2 survey, which is going to take a while to analyze, but will also give us a very big input. And these are mainly the biggest things that we want to achieve with this report that will be done as soon as we can. But what's next? So, if you have seen my message on Slack from Monday or Tuesday, you have seen that the email, you have seen that the new ESN Survey 16 has gone out since Monday, I believe. It's open until the 31st of July, so there's still time. So, please fill the form that I sent on Slack. It will really help us with the promotion. But what is the new ESN survey and how it changes from the one before? So a new graduate track has been added for those who have been on Erasmus before August 23 to showcase how the long-term effects of mobility programs and exchange programs. They also have added content on the European University Alliance to give more input about these topics. It's a very new and it's very racing within Europe. A lot of new alliances have been created. And this will also guide the path to the European degree, and this data will be used to inform future EU policy. So why it matters that you fill out the survey, that you send the survey to your Erasmus, to your international offices, to everyone that you know that has gone abroad, studies abroad, not even an exchange. If you're an international student studying abroad, you can also fill it out. If you have not even gone abroad, you can also fill it out, so that's completely okay. Everyone can fill it out, so there's no excuse for you to not fill it out, actually. And we want to make Germany one of the biggest countries too, like with one of the highest numbers of people filling it out, so please fill it out. You will get more information about the NA. We will try to make a campaign strategy for it, to send it to all of the international offices of Germany. It will be tough, but I think it will be very, very worth it because this can give us very, very big insights. And it can help us a lot in our advocacy and promotion for education and mobility. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So please fill it out. You have emails about it in your email sections. You have Slack on Slack president channels. I can also send it on the NA WhatsApp group and the NA and the general WhatsApp groups for everyone to fill it out. I did it yesterday. It takes like 10 minutes. So please. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We again have a Q&A on the ESN survey. And there's Wow. Okay, for this Q&A, I would ask everyone again to please be quiet and do not move in the rooms because it's really hard for a live stream to hear and for you to speak clearly to the mic. Okay, please.
About the difficulties for medicine students to go in exchange. A couple of years ago, in Germany, signed a memorandum of understanding with DVMD, which is an organization that also supports medicine students to go in exchange and promotes mobility programs. Will possibly get again in contact with them be an idea that could support medicine students from our side and from their side?
Yes, we are actually still in contact with them, just very slightly, but we do have a cooperation. They still know who we are, we still know who they are, and yes, it would be very productive. I think our main goal with this presentation is not to highlight the problems of medicine students per se, but to highlight how the ESL survey helps us pinpoint all of the problems that we might not have noticed in our ESL bubble from the international students that come and live in Germany. But yes, we are in contact with them. Does this answer your question?
Yes.
Next question.
Okay, Becky is in Kiel. I was curious if it's possible to get the data for our local section and analyze it ourselves.
We would have to check that, I guess.
So, first of all, we would have to sign an NDA, like a document, because we got this data from this international, we can only show the results, but not get the data, not sell the data, but we could do that. I think mostly the problem is that when the internationals wrote down where are you going or where do you come from, you would be surprised the amount of ways in which the same city can be written. There is no easy way, especially in these cities with like umlaut or stuff like this, horrible. There is not an easy way, so if we can find an easy way to send it to you, we will figure out how to do that. But to be
And also, like what I mentioned, this applies to very big sections because for some smaller sections, for example, Degenburg, like there was like 5 answers maybe, and Berlin or Munich have way more answers. So this I think would benefit the bigger cities because like you could showcase like 10 answers, 15 answers, 20 answers, but it doesn't really make that much sense. Then like I would better than showcase the whole ESL survey report instead of just for your section. So it depends also on how big your city is and how many answers you got.
But if you're looking for these like nice messages that they put like, oh, I did my Erasmus in Kiel and it wasn't missing that, we can do like a search and actually send report. That's okay.
Does that answer your question? Are there any more questions to be expected? Okay, I would propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up I will ask Catherine for the managing document.
Hello everyone, here I'm again. I actually did not attend BUG 2.0, but did. But I was asked to tell you more about it. Both of you went to BUG? Yeah, the first as well. Who knows what PNG is? Okay, that's a better picture. Alright, so what is it? PNG is Breaking Ground. It's a training event between Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, and this year Luxembourg. We started last year and it took place in Germany. And it's the first place winner in EGM and ESN Awards as the Training Award nomination. So as we went really great last year, we decided to proceed with the project this year, and thanks so much to Dirk who put effort and time into talking to other nodes and making it possible, and also talking to sections and joining the polls, and to everyone who joined the polls on our node. So some facts about the BNG 2.0. So as I said, for those, there were 29 people in total, together with the OC. It took place in, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, Belgium, and it was last weekend. So BNG is a training event which is focused on the topics of discrimination and racism. And in this BNG, the workshops were discrimination, sexism, gender, and as I said, racism. So some photos for you, beautiful people that attended, some mascots, beautiful dinners, and workshops, and picture papers, and more of that. So it was a weekend, they had a very nice social program, they had a lot of time outside, so it was a very wholesome experience. But since I was not there, I asked people who did go there to share their appreciation and their thoughts and emotions after BNG. So I'm going to read them since I have time for it. So one participant said that this year BNG took place in a small castle looking like a hostel. That's our training about the topics, what is racism and gender discrimination, and how we can intervene if it happens. They also made up their minds on how we can create social inclusive events that makes it accessible for physical and psychological disabilities. And since discussed topics can be emotionally triggering, it's important to create a safe space in which we can share experiences and thoughts in a respectful manner. There was such a bonding experience, and this is why I love BNG. Another participant said that it was fun, and this person personally always likes going to the group of people that don't know what to do from nowhere and just be on their own. They adapted the workshops to the weather, and was also often cute for that person that often they were asked for examples, and people were actually very respectful and tried to stick to the boundaries. And it's beautiful, isn't it? And another participant said that BNG was really inspired and educational, no joking. We learned how to recognize discrimination, speak up against it, and promote inclusivity for group exercise and discussions. It was also a great opportunity to network with sections from neighboring countries. So I'm very thankful to those people, because one of them's here. And it's great. So why is it important for you? Because there is a plan and there are thoughts of continuing BNG. And of course, it would be very nice if there would be more participants joining the event. So if this is something that resonates with you, if this is something that you would be interested in, you can join as OC, you can join as a participant, because also this year, majority of participants are from Germany, and I think it's very, very nice. It would be very active in training opportunities. And I think, yes. So thank you for all the participants. The next BNG will be also next year, and if you have any questions, talk to the people who went there from this year. Who went to the 2.0 again? Can you raise your hand? Yeah, so there are two people. So you can talk to them about their BNG experience in details. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Just so you know, we will have a Q&A after also the next two topics, because we have a Q&A for all of the next two. Next, I will ask Paula to give the National Erasmus Games report.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the National Erasmus Games that we had in Mainz 2 weeks ago. So basically, the event is growing. We just have 40% of more participants this time. We had around 160 participants, but I counted today, I think it was around like 200. Basically, we started with a gathering on the 2nd. We were like that night at the university. They host us, we had games night. And then on May 3rd, we have full day of competitions, like we have football with those teams. We have volleyball, athletics, and basketball, of course. We had a really nice social program. Thank you so much to the OC of Minds, because it was amazing. We had a really, really nice time. Basically, yes, as you can see, we had like for basketball like around 21 participants. For football, it was around 88. Athletics, it was very less than we expected. And for beach volleyball, we had 45. So now we're preparing everyone because we are going to be in 2 weeks in Milano for the International Erasmus Games. I'm going to be the delegation leader for that. We are taking 29 athletes combining all the disciplines to represent Germany. So yeah, we're gonna start there on the 29th. They have prepared like amazing things for us. So we're gonna have a lot of competitions since day one. Now I move to the spring break. I want to introduce the OC for the 2025 spring break. So after the process of reading all your CVs and everything, I will be the head of the OC for the spring break 2025. Calvin again will help us in the finance part. The Vice President Foundation, you know her, she was with us in Dresden, Brenda Rojas from Spain. The Vice Head of Communications will be José Manuel. Media Team Lead again, Guillermo Vidal from Spain. The Safety Team Lead with Patricia Visconti. The Day Program Lead will be Ignacio. The Night Program will be Nico. And the Sounding Board will be Ekaterina. For Critics Coordinator, we have Saura. For the Partnership Team, we have 2 people, Nena Takernaki and Francisco Ciculera from Italy. And we have 2 different teams. We have Media Team, composed by Martina, Frida, Cassia, Jessica, and Zeina. The Day Program will have 2 people, that is Aurora, Nika, and Hannah. Unfortunately, Hannah didn't send the picture, so I have to. For the Night Program, we have Jörg, Sure, Allen, and Andy. He didn't send any picture. And the day, so you can actually start planning this, will be November 20 to 23rd. So you can start with your sections and everything, planning for this trip. Thank you so much.
Alright, now we will have a Q&A for all the events, but first, name check.
Christian is me. Can you do the table showing the slide?
So you slide over?
Slide page. Yeah, this is that.
Okay, so I'll give you 2 seconds to write down the dates. Okay, Q and A now. 3, 2, 1. Is the Q&A. Please write your questions and voice name and section and full questions. Just as a reminder again, this is for breaking the ground, pushing Erasmus games and free break. Sorry, can you speak up? We can't hear.
Jena, Berlin, and my Rhapsody is not happening this year. It's just not happening anymore, or just this year again.
Well, regarding the art, like the Rhine Rhapsody, like for this specific year, we won't have it. I don't know exactly if the event is gonna have a comeback in 2026. That will be a task of the next event manager to basically check if it's viable to do it. Like, as I said, like when you asked me that, like in Hanover, I think, for us this year was not. That's the decision that we took. Does this answer your question? Martin.
I'm Martin, yes, and Tuni. At least I felt there were like a lot of reminders, also short-term reminders, and usually like that means there were a bit less sign-ups than expected. I would just like want to know if that was the case and if like, possible reasons, if it is the case, are known.
Yes, so the organization this time was, I would say, how do I put this right? It was like shorter in a sense than the previous year. So we did have to send more reminders about the sign-ups because yes, we did not reach the number of participants. And then there was first no clarity regarding the grant, but we did get the grant in the end. We got the grant, so good, it's covered. Yes, so basically it was rather related to this because also we have to talk about within the endless about the communications and the communication packages and everything. And with the reminders we just try to get more participants as many as possible in the last weeks.
Comment? Here in front.
I just wanted to make a comment on Teresa and me, that actually there were many sign-ups in the first round of, or like it was the first opening, but a lot of people canceled like 24 hours before the deadline for canceling. That's why it had to be reopened again. It was very unfortunate about that. I think one of the reasons is that the payment didn't have to be done immediately, so people signed up for it and then decided to pay later, and when they were reminded about the payment, they decided that they would cancel. So I think it has to be identified and put in the transition document that the payment should be done as soon as you sign up for the event to avoid discipline next year.
Okay, thank you. Does this answer your question?
This is still on the right. Can you read this? He's still not here. He's traveling.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. Okay, we'll skip this question. The person is not here. Right? Sorry, let me check.
To be honest, I think this was covered already in the version board update, so I think
Okay, we'll skip the question as it was covered already. Question by Johannes.
Yes, hi, Janis, there was the Spreeweg working group that, among other things, also proposed a new structure for the OC. As I understood now, you changed some of the proposed positions. Can you shortly give some reasoning?
We did not.
Then my memory is really
No,
bad.
this was when we were checking it. We sent the Spreeweg guide and we sent, I mean, Paolo wasn't enough, but we were checking that all the positions are the same as the teams in the working group, because this was the whole point of the working group, right?
If you say so.
Does this answer your question?
I guess.
I will take that. Okay. A question by Yusuf is in Hanover that I will read out. To the NB members who are also OC members, how are you planning to handle your NB tasks while having a leading position at the Spreeweg OC, knowing that your mandate is lasting a few more months and followed by the transition phase with the new NB? Well, first of all, like today, like this weekend, we're gonna select the next event I won't have that amount of tasks. My last task as a game manager will be basically the International Erasmus Games, and that's all. After that, I will start the onboarding with the next person, so my focus will be in the pre-break, and I won't be having any kind of position in the national board or even on my local section. So, yeah.
Because I was put in the British part of the OC, but someone report is not already part of the OC, it's the advisory board, and the board needs to take part in anything, but they will need to come to me when they have questions, when they have problems, and this is why they might be
There is one comment. In a national board and also for me, I'm partnership manager and I fight for the partnership team, so for me it's gonna overlap anyway. So I don't think there's a clear conflict since I'm just doing the same job as I'm already doing.
Okay, I hope that answered Yusuf's questions. Question. Question by Tom.
Yes, so with the day of Breivik, are you aware that on that particular Sunday there is the so-called holiday, the holiday so-called Sonntag, where even in Berlin, according to Chris research, it's forbidden to party from 4 a.m. onwards. So it's a silent holiday, and this question asking really.
So since it's Sunday 4 a.m., this is exactly when the parties of pre-break end. Well, they end at 5 a.m., but we can also do 4 a.m.
Does this answer your question, Tom?
Yes.
A question by Denise.
Denise is in Stuttgart. So I know that at least for our section, I assume a lot of other sections, the cancellation came in at the end of the period where it was possible because we for one could not create enough demand, and that is why we had to cancel, because otherwise we would have hundreds of euros of debt because we can't sell the ticket, and we kind of get stuck with one without delivering on participants. So I see a problem with paying or registering, especially because I think a lot of the small sections will have the same issue, that they just simply cannot prepay without selling the tickets first. Was the suggestion that I heard that you want to entirely get rid of the reservation system in the last years? Sorry?
Which one are you talking about?
For Schönberg, that was one of the last questions as well.
Yes, like one of the things that I don't want to use this time is the reservation system that, for example, like you can pay in 15 days or something like that. I don't want that. Like if you have the people, buy the tickets for the people. Like don't buy even more tickets because then we have problems just giving you a refund of that and then you have to cancel the spots. So that's one, like we don't want that.
Okay, then don't you see a problem with sections potentially selling more tickets?
Sorry, name and section?
Still is in Stuttgart. Don't you see a problem with sections potentially selling tickets that they are able to provide? Because there is a limited number of tickets that we cannot go with the other sections will be sold.
I'm going to say from that perspective, based on the experience from last year, because the event is on the OC from this year, but what I believe is that what the OC of this year is going to need to do at the first is to design this together with the finance, with the whole team, because we did get input and feedback from sections from last time, and I think this is when they will need to decide on the whole communication plan as well as the sales plan in order to provide the sections with the most suitable way on how to do it optimally so that we don't have a situation when you don't sell enough and then you have to cancel the tickets or then you need to get refunds. But first, I'm not sure if this is exactly the question which can be answered now since they did not have any OC meeting right now.
Okay, I just asked because about this distribution.
Sorry, is this a follow-up question or is it a comment?
It was just, it's okay.
Because you asked it.
My question was therefore answered.
Question from Martin.
I know it's still okay, it was just 1 week ago, but was or is there like already a phone call for the third edition, like the talk between and those?
Not yet because the DG just finished last weekend, so there's still like a report and analysis and case. It's a part of it.
Sorry, do you want to make a comment and then get the mic? One comment?
Section. Okay, so it's not official yet. There's no OC and there's no timeline, but we're already talking about organizing it again, especially because this year it went really well as well. We got really good feedback. And they're already talking about like the next transition document for the UCL. So there's a lot of structural work into make it even more recurrent and currently going on.
Does this answer your question? Question from Martin.
Actually, it's for me, but I don't have a device for login, so. Margarita, national training coordinator, I guess. I don't have this actually. So my question, my question is about the OC members from spring break who are coming in from outside of the country for the event, and flight tickets are getting more and more expensive. So I wanted to ask, how will you handle the reimbursement for their journey? Will you put a roof to it, or will it be whatever you want you can spend? Also, in a way, it would be nice to have an OC that comes from Germany, not from other NOs.
Is there residual comment?
So in AB, we had a question already with the charity. Normally with reimbursements, there will be a limit of reimbursement because we have the J, which we will also tomorrow.
Does this answer your question? Anna, somewhere. I think your question got accidentally deleted. I've heard. So if you have it, please resend it again also. You can talk, but please resend it also. Please.
Anna from ESG. I wanted to ask about the size of spring break, like how many participants are you planning, and if there will also be participants from Poland and Czech Republic as last time.
Yes, the idea is that we also extend invitation to Poland, to Czech Republic, to Switzerland as we did in the previous editions. The amount this time was reduced for better logistics, so this time we'll have a maximum of 1,200 people. We will only have 2 hostels and the OC will be divided in those 2 hostels, so we have a team for any inconvenience that happened and also for the check-in.
There is a comment up here.
Last year, some sections from the other countries, they felt a bit mistreated during the event. What will you do to make sure that they still want to participate this year?
What? Could you repeat the question and try to see the more clearly?
Last year, some of the
Yeah, so like, okay. No, this is just, yeah. So you're basically asking how we're going to make sure that the people from other countries feel like welcome or something like that? That they didn't enjoy the party.
They did not even enter the party.
Well, in that case, I will have to have the first meeting with the OC and plan a program that is suitable for everyone. We tried to do that thing last year, but honestly, if you're not feeling it, we need to make some changes. But in the feedback, we can work on that. Yeah. It's based on the program, so I have to do that first. Answer the question.
It's fine. That's true.
Anna, your question was answered, right? Are there any more questions to be expected? I will propose to close the speaker list. Any objections? Okay, speaker list will be closed.
Yes. So I checked again. Janis, he's in Darmstadt. So sorry if I missed something in the presentation, but I mean, some changes, whatever. But especially proposed to have 2 co-heads of OC. I think there's not only one head of OC. We would say why you decided to combine this role, or would you split up the tasks, or what was your reasoning behind this decision?
Paula and me. When we were reading the CVs and every application that we had, yes, we had another person that applied as head of the OC. But when we were reading and based on his experience, we decided that he would be an asset in the communications department. That's what we decided that. If it's another person, we will check it. But at this point, I think we have everybody for the OC. The next step will be helpers. But I think as it is like this, it will work.
Would you take over all of the tasks for those?
Sorry, is this a comment?
Yes.
Janis?
He's in Deutschland. So would you take all of the tasks, or would you split up these tasks?
Yeah, in that way, that's the reason that we created these new structures. So I don't have to have all the responsibility, because as you remember last time, I had to take responsibilities that were not mine and basically work even more. So yeah, that's the way that we're doing it. And I feel very comfortable with the team that I have now. So I know the task will be done and distributed in the middle.
My question was not about the tasks which are not
I'm sorry, is this a comment again?
we can talk about it.
Because there is a comment in the back.
Gina believes
can everyone please be quiet?
we define the OC structure altogether, and we had many new positions. It's all selected, or still will have potential in the system?
Paula and me, at this moment, we are still missing just one position. Nobody applied for that. So, yeah, the position that is available is logistics coordinator. So, yeah, basically, we're working on that. But yeah. There's a comment.
Do we want to, Benny?
Gina,
do we want to send code again, or just are you taking over that task?
I'm gonna wait for the first OC meeting that we have, and then decide, like, after that I can decide if we open the call for logistics coordinator or we just move on and do it as we did it last time.
I hope that answered all the questions. Sorry, is there a question? A follow-up question?
What about the like safety link building on the other gender version? I think it was like on the proposal. It was
Yes.
like both.
Yes, I know, but at this point we have you as the
I have only one side.
But yeah, I'm waiting for the first OC call that we'll have. I think we will answer all these questions like between us, and then we can decide how to move forward.
Okay, thank you for this Q&A. I know Paula and Catherine are also read the appreciation we got. Okay. Okay, we will now have community time. Tintin will say something about this. But just as a heads up, please be back at 6:30.
Okay, so community time, now for 1 hour where you get the chance to be with your local community, so with people that do something similar to what you do. So for example, the local presidents will go with me, all the vice presidents or HR people will go with Marco, communications will go with Catherine, finance and partnership, so business PFC will go with Nina and Dirk, and IT managers will go with Sarah. If you are currently in a local board, you can attend that community time. You should attend some community time. If you're interested in taking up a position, so for example, if you're planning on running for local board for another position, you can also attend the local community with that other position you're interested. And if you don't really identify with anything, Margarita is here for you.
Yeah, so ideally everybody who's now attending their first NA should come with me. So if this is your first NA, you can come with me. If it's not your first NA, but you're feeling lost with what's happening today, what's been happening today, you can also come with me.
Before it's getting too late, and you go with these people, the vote delegates, please bring your voting devices up front to Oliver and the AV table, okay? And then join the community.
Event managers go with Paula.
Did everyone understand that? Yes?
Come with me.
International guests are also
For best practice sharing, that would be amazing.
So decide either with your community skills or your go to
this camera? Where is it from? Little meter.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you had an amazing community groups right now. I think I have two questions very much. Before we come to the closing of DNA, I want to say just 2 or 3 things. Firstly, don't run away. There will be reflection groups right after. And I will also put up the groups on this screen, so you know which group leader you have to find for the reflection groups. Secondly, I will ask all MB candidates that did not present today already to come tomorrow at 9 or latest 9:05, but please, if you come 9:05, then be there 9:05. Nothing bad, I just want to have a quick chat with all of you and see how we're doing. And yeah, I think there were just 2 things that I wanted to say. And I would maybe do the OC announcements first. If one of you wants to say, please come to the front.
Hello, Julia and Yvonne. Okay, so after reflection groups, we have dinner, where we also have the coffee breaks after lunch, but it's going to be inside, so ready. After that, we have the social program, Yvonne.
Okay, well, so the main program is the party at home, which we already posted. Sorry. Yvonne, examen manager. So the main program is the party at Monica School. It's a really nice student dorm. I used to live there, I know that. And we had the ticket sale.
Where the ticket sale? I don't know if you have seen it, but there is a few tickets left. Please use the link if you want to buy the tickets still. Please use the link and the coupon code is still valid. And then ticket now, but be fast because they have to close the link at a certain point for the door sale.
We will also have someone taking you there, so meet us at the lobby, like in the hostel at 9 p.m. if you want to be there on time, especially if you need tickets. And for the free drinks, don't forget 10 to 11 p.m. free cocktails. And then there's also the Habitat program. It's really close to the hostel actually. Luis will be responsible for it, October month, Luis. And it's going to be crafting and board games night, so if you have any crafts or board games you want to take. And who wants to do salsa bachata? So if anyone's down for that, feel free to join. Right after dinner.
There are, I think, many comments, but I think I saw this hand first.
Name and section?
Okay, go ahead. So, I don't know, very sporty of you with the dinner finishing at 8 and going back to the hostel and being at 9 in the hostel lobby to go to the club. Very sporty. Careful free drinks. Very sporty. You are obviously free to do so. And you can also bring something if you want or the way to the project.
I think the second was here.
Is it entirely integrated with cloud? Is it entirely integrated with cloud?
If you have a ticket now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask like, about the schedule and meeting point and so on for going to alternative.
I mean, basically, we're all gonna have dinner together, and we're all always done, we're more hungry, and we just all leave to that program from here. And we'll be there until 11. We have to be out by 11. So after that, if anyone wants to join the holiday school, I will go home first to have a shower and change. But then I can meet you all again. I can if you want to also go to the hostel or something.
Another comment?
What about check-in from the hostel?
Check-in has already started at 3 p.m. basically, so you can do it at the reception. They have a rooming list, they don't know your number. Right now, if anyone hasn't heard it yet, we got half the key cards for each room, but if you need more, just go to the reception and ask for more. But if you have a maximum number of key cards, you cannot get any more in case you lose one or something. I hope that answered all the questions.
Then I would ask Teresa up front for closing the day. But still remember their reflection was on.
Today was a very, very productive day. It was really great that we could stick to the times in the agenda. So thank you so much for the team for an amazing job. Also, it's their first day and they're doing amazing, so 10 out of 10. All of the questions were super thoughtful, kind. You guys, you folks did an amazing job. Everyone did an amazing job. I hope you can enjoy the dinner, the alternative program, the non-alternative program, the party, non-alternative program. And I am closing the day for the day. Yes, closing the day for the day.
Thank you very much. And now only the reflection groups are missing. And here you can find the groups. I will scroll down in a bit. But maybe group 1 with Paula as reflection group leader. Maybe Paula, you can sit down for a second. Or like this, okay. Paula's over there. Everyone that's on that list, remember that you need to find Paula. Second group is with Paula. Can you also please, okay, sorry, it's right here. Feel free to also take a picture for now. Then the third group is with Margarita. She's in the back there. The fourth group is with Oliver. Yeah. I will scroll down. Fifth group will be with Tom. Right in the middle. The sixth group will be with Gina.
I'm here.
Gina. Seventh group will be with Elena. Eighth group will be with Svenja. Can I scroll down? So many pictures. The ninth group will be with Max.
We will meet in the hallway.
Is he quite hallway? 10th group will be with John.
Hello. We'll go upstairs.
Okay. 11th group will be with Hannah. Right there. Okay, also hallway. 12th group will be with Nico.
Hello. We're also going up there, but the other ones.
And your region.
I will scroll again. Then last time scroll. 13th group will go with Nicole. In the back. 11th group will be with Lady.
No.
He's right here.
We're meeting over there.
15th group will be with Philip.
Hello. And we'll meet over there.
Okay. And last but not least, Marco's group, 16 will. Perfect. Someone can prepare it. Okay.
obviously feel free to do more or less, whatever you feel like. Please find your